Group stage has come and gone. It's playoffs time here in the VESL Rainbow Six Siege one-off. I'm Tom Delight. That right there is Klimps. We've got quarterfinals, semifinals, and subsequently grand finals to bring you all this evening. We'll start with the best of one in the quarterfinals at .K versus Noble Academy. Two teams that we've seen thus far, at least this event here, Mason.
Yeah, Noble Academy, both, I think both teams actually got a win yesterday. K taking down Paraphernalia yesterday in an 8-7 very, very close game in which Paraphernalia were actually playing down in a 4 versus 5 disadvantage, taking that game all the way down to 8-7. But we saw a lot of really good diligence, right, on the K side to push all the way through and eventually take the win in the end on Clubhouse. And then back to our first match, which was played on Oregon, we saw the same big window take work 5 times straight for Noble Academy, who had quite a lot of very creative names, which I'm excited to see yet again, and hopefully we'll get to see longer as we go throughout the night. But Noble Academy taking on K. I would argue, based off of watching the games yesterday, that K might be that favorite team, but still, both are going to be very competitive.
Hey, and if you're looking at these teams and thinking, oh, they're scrubs, number one, you're wrong. Number two, you can prove it. We've got some more tournaments on the horizon. If you'd like to check out Counter-Strike or Overwatch, those are both on the horizon. You missed out on the Rainbow Six Siege registration, but hopefully if I can convince the directors here at VESL, we can hopefully have more down the line. We'll see if that does indeed come to fruition. But head over to VESL.gg to learn more about tournaments and separate events that we have going on in the North Carolina region. Also, if you want to follow on with some other events, follow us on social media. We've got Instagram, X or Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and of course TikTok. We've got some fun shorts content, long form content. We've got streams here and on Twitch. There's a lot of VESL action going on across the board. But that's across the board. This is here and now. We've got a best of one to handle, Mason, and we're headed to Border for map 1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Border is an excellent map that .K can be very strong on. I think that as long as they play very similar to how they did on Clubhouse, but are able to close out the map, I would imagine that .K are going to be the favorite team to come out with a win. However, Noble ACAD, very, very prime in their rush strategies, right? They like to go aggressive. They like to be fast.
Yeah.
We'll see if that ends up working out for them here, and if they're able to leverage many of those quick takes that caught their opponents yesterday off guard and be able to apply that same pressure to K today. Off stream, by the way, happening in round number 1 of our playoffs, or our quarterfinals. It's Paraphernalia taking on Rockefeller Rock. So we'll be following that side of the bracket in the next game in the best of 3. So the winner of that team will take on John Rainbow Squad, and we'll be able to highlight that match in a best of 3 coming after.
Yeah, and winner of this plays the Broke Boys, a team that we saw yesterday as well. That was in our final matchup. They had we'll say, a fairly clean game, to understate. What was it? 7-2 stomping against Bad to Aim. Drum emoji insert here. To open things up, an Ace ban I don't hate. Ying is fairly normal, so too is the Fenrir. Ace is something that we have not seen banned thus far in this event, at least not in streamed games more specifically. I'm a fan of the ban. It's a little different, but it's still on the track of hard breaches that can very well be removed with efficacy.
Yeah, I think the Ace ban is an interesting one here on Border because it's going to limit the attackers even more so. Right, when it comes to opening those angles that are established, those barricaded walls, it becomes a little bit more difficult to try to navigate around what could be a very extensive defense coming out of the .K side. And for Noble ACAD to hinder themselves early on, you have to hope that on their defensive end, they're going to be a little bit stronger. As it looks like .K might need a tech, some tech help. So we'll have to see. What happens. Hopefully that player is able to get that fixed as we get into the round, and if not, well, we'll see. As we load in the first round, we'll wait to see whether or not those tech issues plague us and need a pause in the end. But we go to Armory and Archives as the first bomb site.
Okay. And round 1, I like the Armory Archives decision, especially with some of the operators we're seeing. Now, notably enough, .K, we talked about this yesterday, did play in the 5v4. And they did have some issues in the 5v4. They had the advantage of 5, not the disadvantage of 4, just to clarify on that front. But still playing up against a team like Paraphernalia, who we'll say probably should have won that game and fairly cleanly. I'll say this could be a game where they are absolutely stomped after learning from yesterday, or this is a game where they get stomped by a Noble Academy roster who had very little issues. .K went all the way to 15 rounds. It was a full hour best of 1. And yet Noble Academy, what was that game? 7-1? I have this stream up. Hold up.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant. I think it was 7-1 on Oregon, in which they started
7-1.
on the attack, right? Didn't
Yes,
they
they did.
attack and win 5 straight attacks, and they lost 1 round?
Yep.
And then
On the bottom floor.
And then or it wasn't 5 straight attacks. It was 2 on the top floor, and then it was 1 basement loss, and then 3 more attacks at the top floor in which they were successful.
Yeah.
So very, very oddly played Oregon, but it worked out in the end, and it seems that they're going to go with their similar strategy. No sense being brought out today, unlike yesterday, in which we saw a lot of sense gameplay coming from the Noble ACAD side, but they're still rocking that Monty. They've got the glass. They're just trying to go for a very easy swift plant here on Archive's door, but starting off, the opening pick, it's Silly Cluter taking down Jim Carrey.
Oh, but there is a trade. Velfate going down. That's not only the mute, but that's a C4 as well. And watch out where the other 2 C4s are. Cluter's walking in and will just now throw theirs, but it hits off the shelf and misses. Youngkin throws theirs, but it hits off the back of the bomb chassis and is the most inconsequential explosive I've seen in a little while. Max Verstappen's able to scream their way forward and easily start to get that diffuser down. Behind Amontane, they have RCXDs coming through for pseudo coverage, and from distance, it's a myriad of shields that opens up the round and gets the diffuser down without many issues. Cluter can't do much about it because their C4 missed earlier. Playboy Cardi has a long angle with the OTS, and there's no easy way to long arm where the diffuser's currently planted. A follow-up Rotero drone lands, but it doesn't do any damage. An impact grenade does so much team damage that they won't be able to live through it, and they still have the OTS from distance. Max Verstappen aware of the possibility, so too is Playboy Cardi on that possibility of a flank, but the walk-in should not be all that definitive nor successful. Silo actually gets the diffuser down to about 2 seconds, but with 8 seconds left on the timer, they would have had it should they win that kill, but they didn't, so they don't. It is the opening, once more, to go .K's way on the attack.
Well, super, super close round there for .K, but Noble ACAD working that fast take yet again, proving so deadly, so good on their attack stand. I thought that maybe they'll get away with 1 or 2 here, but eventually I expect .K to make the adjustments just as they did yesterday that they did to take down Paraphernalia and do kind of the same pseudo adjustments that they need, right? All you have to do to stop that take, by the way, 1 nitro cell placed down below. There was no one from Noble Academy downstairs to prevent that C4 from completely disrupting their attack, or make it even more simple. Just put feet holes at that door so that when the Monty tries to walk in, the Osa tries to walk in and get that diffuser down behind, you just shoot them. Plain and simple as that. That's the only adjustment that really needs to be made here by .K on the defense. Otherwise, if Noble ACAD are just able to continue to rack up these round wins by going for this swift plant here inside of Archives and Armory, it's going to spell disaster for the game as it goes longer on. I love the extension, though, from .K. You can see some more in-meta strategies being played out, especially with that mirror placed over on the Canadian wall. I would like to see the mirror placed actually on the Archives slash Armory wall, typically referred to as Africa, because if you put a mirror there, the wall that the smoke was just attempting to reinforce, if you put a mirror there and you put it crouch height, you can actually shoot attackers' feet and get a one-way angle onto the Archives door that the Monty walked in through last round. And it's a very crafty angle, and it's near impossible for an attacker to get a kill unless they're proning, in which they've already got the disadvantage in that instance.
So the one problem with that is if you're playing a Glaz, or if you're playing against a Glaz, then it's very easy to shoot through those footholes and or at least open the footholes. Silo aware that the castle barricade's being broken. It's not a quiet endeavor. 9 melees is what it takes. Seems like it has been opened, and the kill still goes the way of .K. So a good opening. The problem is they don't have as many lines of sight to play as you would like, and playing on the, as aforementioned, Africa wall, they don't have the mirror there, so they basically give up a free avenue of attack. Now, Jim Carrey, walking down from below, could have an opening, but it comes down to whether Delicate tries to play for the walkout. They open up the wall, they are certainly hurt in that endeavor, but do they make it through? Yes, just barely, but there's a buck behind them, there's a buck behind them, they have no idea, say goodbye. Delicate's dead.
Solid start to the round so far for Noble ACAD as Jim Carrey is able to get that top east control. The Kaid of Silly Cluter walks their way in through top east, taking down the buck and reclaiming that control of territory for their own team. Max Verstappen speeds their way into the site, but is quickly reformed by the FIA as they have to back out of the bomb site. A penalty, per se, of your HP. I gotta make at least a reference or two while we've got him, right? I mean, it's too hard not to. And Nitrocell comes through after the smokes beat out the first plant attempt, which could still go very, very well for the attack as Max Verstappen finds a kill on the Silly Cluter. Silo has now dropped down below. All you have to do is play just a little bit of vertical pressure. There's no one in the bomb site to stop the plant from going down. Adam Sandler walks their way in. There's a mirror facing them, but there's no more Nitrocell to be used and leveraged to deny the plant from going down as Youngkin looks to be the aggressor standing on top of the desk, staring the Monty in the face, but the Osa doesn't have the case. It's actually the Osa, or it's the Monty, rather, that has the case, who needs to drop it for their team so that way they can provide the coverage and information so that that case can go down.
They do realize that they still have a smoke in hand as well, right? There's no C4s available. That won't be information they readily have. But Silo in this flank should get shot and does, just barely by the OTS. The angle was held. A 1v3 for Youngkin to try and pick up. Diffuser starting to go down on the backside of the Talon Shield, but they walk in, they'll try and deny it, and instead they get both meleeed and shot at the same time. There's no way you're denying that successfully, and if you did, you would have been killed anyway. Fairly valiant effort for .K across the board. But Noble Academy, it is them just rounding the corner, quick as you like, and with the opening 2 rounds in their favor.
2 for 2 on attack to start. Excellent for Noble ACAD, but now they've got to switch their sights in towards Bathroom Tellers, and if it plays any so like what we saw yesterday, then they should lose this round, and they'd have an exact carbon copy start for the first 3 rounds of this game, as they did on their match of Oregon. But back to what I was saying, Dan, because you said that you can counter it by shooting open vehicles at the mirror. You can't, and here's why. You fully reinforce that wall. You place the mirror on the hard wall, and then you stand behind the little half wall thing that is like that spot of Africa, and you can actually get a nasty one-way angle at the feet. It's
neglected to mention the reinforced part.
Oh, I thought I said that, but if not, well, now you viewers
that
are
is
learning.
That is a good call. The only problem with that is if you play Talon Shields.
Gross. Yeah, any shield kind of neglects and negates that one way, but in theory, you can have another counter to that, right? The Nitrocell from below.
Yep.
Simple counter, right, to that denial of that walk-in.
Here we go.
Should you force them to try to go for a plant elsewhere, it can also be a little bit more difficult. Another great counter to those fast plant attempts, Echo. Fantastic operator to bring. Maestro also would have been a good idea, but the Echo will do just fine in this scenario, as it appears as though Noble ACAD are going to go for, again, another rapid execution into the site. They've got 3 of them already facing of this teller's window, as Adam Sandler swiftly swings away, but misses, as he said. It is strike 1. You can't get anything out there. Oh my goodness, there's a guy in front of the window. The Frost is right in front of the window.
Oh my gosh, he got 2 killed by a Talon Shield.
Drone blows Max Verstappen up.
There's no way he gets blown up.
Just like his brakes in Australia.
What is going on? It seems like the Talon Shield was destined to go on the wall after the Sledgehammer or after the Rotero drone, but the Rotero drone went in either too early or right on time, and nobody got the memo. It seems like that follow-up Talon Shield, or Rotero drone should be okay, and it is. It does a decent bit of damage, or something does a decent bit of damage to Delicate. It's a mystery at this point with so much utility being thrown through. But that is a disaster for Noble Academy, and honestly, really funny if I'm an impartial onlooker. Open a kill, follow up, make it a third. They have an angle with the glass, and they take a calendar year to take it. There's a first kill. Make it a second. Nice one onto Delicate, who for some reason is face-checking a smoke with a glass on their side. That's not the most ideal thing. Playboy Cardi is 9-0-0 right now, which is absolute insanity. And they've got finally some help from Adam Sandler. It becomes a 2v2, and Adam Sandler has another way in should they need it, because that castle barricade is just paper thin to the sledgehammer that Adam Sandler holds.
Playboy Cardi and Adam Sandler both spread far and wide from each other to be able to help, but maybe the defenders are actually giving the advantage to the attack. The site completely vacated, information aplenty for the attack inside the square, and Adam Sandler has the cutoff established. It can spot the Doc, as the Doc actually tries to go for the peek, but isn't able to hit the body. He can see the Echo laying wide open on their camera. Adam Sandler taking down Silly Cluter. And now Velfate, last member alive in a 1-on-2. They know where the sledge is, but the sledge knows where they are unless that drone missed the positioning of the Doc. I don't think that Adam Sandler saw him. No, he
Nope.
didn't. Both attackers still trying to find this last member. Now, hopefully that frost mat has been destroyed so that Playboy Cardi can just hop in the window and get an easy case plant. But the sledge
castle barricades.
sneaks on by.
Oh, no.
Velfate is not paying attention. They think that the attack is coming from elsewhere, but the case is going down, and the time flips now in favor for the attack. Playboy Cardi outside the window, able to play on their own as Velfate
way.
is down and finished off by Adam Sandler. It's a 2 versus 5 effort by Noble Academy that goes willy-nilly, and somehow, some way, they win that round. I have no clue. I have no idea how they got that, but they did.
The best part of that round is they over-dedicate their Echo drones in the exact same position, and as soon as the Echo dies, they're basically just as good as default cams, except for they make noise, and they're not in default positions. But the problem is nobody was watching said pseudo-default cams. Both of them were still up and active, I might add. They just weren't being watched by the 4 dead people. Stop watching your living member and start watching observational tools, please and thank you. It's very frustrating from a third-person perspective, especially from our perspective. When we can see all their cameras, we know where everything is, and we can also see what everybody's looking at. HR Youngkid was the only one not actively looking at the dock. Silo, Delicate, and Silly Cluter, all 3 of them were actively watching the dock while dead. And nobody was watching the Echo drones. And those Echo drones not only found out where the plant was going down, but that the plant was going down, and where the sledge moved to. It would have been free. It would have been a probably free round if the dock was given the info, but because they weren't given that courtesy, and they lose because of it. I do like this adjustment. Again, we're seeing .K with good adjustment on their defense. Velfate trying to do the TV run up. It's a vault.
They're both
Still
trying to. You can run up actually, but it is a little bit more difficult.
Here we go. This is what we're looking for.
That Vulcan canister is perfect.
Yeah.
The Clash Shield is going to be excellent in the denial, right? This is exactly what is needed by .K to deny this rush strat take that is going for the 3rd time now.
The only problem with this is, I have no idea going over towards that window. They can easily shoot both of those Vulcan canisters and just
in theory,
basically
but they have to look at them.
Yeah, but they looked up at the top before after being shot. There's no way they don't look back at that position. I'd like to see what noidea.r6 tries to do from this position. They open up one castle barricade. They see where this is. Yeah, there's one. There's 2.
He's got him.
Good decision. Well done. And you know where that clash is? These Rotero drones can force that clash back and try and blow him out of proportion. There's a jump out. There should be a kill, but there's a return with a Claymore. It's ironically an Achilles heel of a Claymore, but it's still a kill at a clash. I will take that trade every day of the week, especially considering that position now no longer needs to be played with the clash dead.
Well, in theory, that Warden still being on the board is as deadly as ever for the Noble ACAT attack. Until Delicate can be dealt with, there's really not much they're going to be able to do when they're forcing the issue with these smokes, right? Because it's the direct counter being played. It really comes down to the duel between Playboy Cardi and Delicate. And Velfate being positioned up here up top is going to spell potential disaster for the Montana. I don't know if Adam Sandler knows of
There's
this
another?
positioning. Velfate puts another Vulcan canister up top because he can. And .K have adjusted their defense excellently, considering no one from Noble ACAT has retaken the position of Archive's window, leaving that spot soft. And all of a sudden, Delicate finds an easy freebie onto Jim Carrey. The Lion dies on that flankward pressure. And now it's down to just these last 3 members on the balcony to make this attack work, but there's still another Vulcan canister they have to deal with, a Nitro Cell in the pocket. This is the best opportunity that .K have set themselves up with on this defensive site.
You know, now would be a great time for somebody to take that ladder over on the bus and just walk over to the main AC balcony.
Oh, be huge.
If you do that, it is a free kill. You can smoke it off, and you can take out that extra Vulcan canister. Instead, they're going a different direction. I do like the adjustment. If you're not going AC balcony, at least make some level of an adjustment. The Monty's going to be your entry. Ironically, almost dies to Delicate after looking the wrong direction. C4 will miss by a country mile. So you still have 20 seconds, and the Vulcan canister is put in the wrong position. It has also just now been popped. So about 20 seconds from 10 seconds ago, you'll have an extra 5 seconds to plant should you need it. You know where that Warden is. If you can section them off and find the kill, you do. 9 seconds now as the time is still dwindling, and Velfate is taking damage from their own Vulcan canister, but they could be that final gauntlet, the final hurdle in this plant. It should go down safely. Silo's walking forward, wants to deny it. They should be able to do so, and they do. It's the timing and the smoke that ends up costing Noble Academy. 3-0 on the top. They take a third opportunity or fourth at the end, and they lose that. There's finally something going .K's way.
Where is the coverage from the Glass there in that position on Fountain? Noble ACAD made the right opportunity, the right adjustment to go for that three-man flood in through Office, in through Fountain. They even found the picks that they needed to potentially win the round back, but they were too slow on their attack. They didn't give themselves enough time to set up, and with that ace band, it also keeps that Office wall soft, or that Archives wall soft from the Office window. That makes it a little bit more difficult to work that attack, and you gotta say, Dan, it is... I can't even describe what we're watching. Playboy Cardi, by the way, is 10-0-0 through 4 rounds.
But they lost a round.
They've
so
lost
Vader
one of
doesn't
those.
count. Yep. They.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, Cardi was the Glass in the last round, and in theory, had the Glass had a little bit better coverage, that case might go down, and we might be looking at a 4-0 attacking lead for Noble ACAD, who seem to be just vile on the attack. Just disgusting. I don't know why they are winning so many attacks, because truthfully to me, right, looking at this at an objective third-person POV, of course we could see it all from the outside because we're casting it. We can have the observer luxury and stuff. But we could literally see them do the same attack every single round. And for some reason, it almost always works, or almost always finds a way of working. And I just feel like as the defending team of .K, you should be able to identify that, and you should easily put counters in place to deny it. They finally started to work those counters, but even then, those counters weren't enough because Noble ACAD found a way to shoot out those counters, to deny those counters, right? It's that tricky push and pull game of who can outwit the other team, and so far, Noble ACAD seemed to be the wittiest thus far.
They have finally been outwitted, though, and with an adjustment down to the bottom floor, at least the opposite side of the bottom floor, we could see something start to go .K's way. The spray, oh no, Jim Carrey missed their opportunity. That's a freebie you're going to want back. And now the Mark 14, it's dead, never mind. Okay, well, there's an adjustment. Playboy Cardi finally off the Glass and still has just as much lethality, if not arguably more with the accuracy. That's a decent return, but it's still what becomes a 4v4. Delicate has to back away, give up the position, and play for another day. And the spray could have been lethal. Luckily, it is not.
A lot of members up on this top floor here for the .K defense. Valkyrie of Youngkin rotating in through the 90 hallway, realizing that they've slowly lost this armor control. This might be a pretty easy plant situation here for Noble ACAD. Yeah, they've lost the buck, but they still maintain the sledge and the ram as long as they're able to watch their flanks and through archives, which so far it doesn't seem like they have a trace on. They do actually, though. It's I have no idea firing away, but they've been spotted out and their legs shot away as Playboy Cardi also loses their life for the first time in this match. And it's a 2-on-4 for the attackers of Noble ACAD, of Adam Sandler and Max Verstappen. They've won in a situation like this before. Now, Max Verstappen was dead because they were blown sky high to an unfortunate Rotero drone. But still, they have the ability to win these clutch situations. And .K are certainly not out of the woods yet, especially with the pressure mounting on them. You'd like to see them close out this round and then maybe even get one more, get that nice 3-3 split, transitioning over to the attack, in which you should, in theory, have a better advantage. As Silo gets the kill on Adam Sandler, leaving Max Verstappen all on his lonesome, very similar to how he is on the racetrack. Many seconds ahead of his team, but this time he's many seconds behind, entering in through top east. And with only 40 seconds left on the board, there's really not much you're going to be able to do. Silo, very nice aim, good headshot, and a good round finish there for .K.
So .K have found 2 straight. They've finally broken the streak and consistency of Noble Academy. And more importantly, they have slowed themselves down to not force out their own mistakes. We haven't seen any overt overextensions. They've made adjustments as to their defensive setup. I mean, they just won Workshop without any problems. But they'll head back to Bathroom Tellers. Now, here was the round in which they had a clear and obvious advantage. It was a 5v2. They should have won it every day of the week. And yet, here they are, down 3-2 after they lost the round that they should have won by a country mile. It was a very good clutch, yes, in a 2v5. But it shouldn't have been given over. And here's where that adjustment can come through. I don't know if the Caviera is the correct decision here. I would have liked to see the Echo. Just somebody watch the drone system.
No, Cav equals win. Didn't you say that yesterday? Didn't you say Cav equals 100% win rate?
If you get a kill, yes.
Well, get a kill, silly Cluter. Simple as that. kill someone, interrogate them, find out where your opponents are, and win round.
Honestly,
Very simple math equation.
Bet 50% of the time, I don't even go for the interrogation because I always end up dying while I do it.
10 seconds to insertion.
Maybe if you just got better at the game, then you wouldn't die.
I
5
cast.
seconds remaining.
That is true. And why do I cast?
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. Attackers
You're
drop
old.
the diffuser. Attackers
Okay.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
It's just unnecessary, man. It's not needed commentary there. That's enough from you. Well, Playboy Cardi will work their way in through potentially the passport door. They open it up and begin to work a little bit of pressure towards bottom square. No idea. Also on the floor, begin opening up some of these castle barricades. These windows on towers now get opened up, putting a little bit more pressure on those defenders in the bomb site. There is a lot of anchors, a lot of anchor presence here for the .K defense, but until that tower's window gets open, there's really not much that can be done. As you can see, the Glaz has made their way in. It seems like the defense has some sort of idea of what's going on. A silly Gluter gets the down on the sledge. Does the interrogation go through? It does! It's an interrogation! Perfect information now. Allotted to the defense as Gluter is going to continue to aggress out of toppies. They run out, they find the down on the Flores and somehow get that body. Please tell me he's got the range and the arm. It just lands short in the air. But still, the damage being done. So much time denied. And as well, the loss of the sledge is ever so impactful here on this Bathroom Towers bomb site.
That is what we've been looking for. There's no way .K lose from here. They've got an opening kill. They had the interrogation. They had free information. They know who everybody alive is playing. And they've got an extra 90 damage done onto I have no idea.R6, who, yes, has been revived, but they're on 20 HP. It doesn't really matter. That's a suppressor, if I've ever seen one. I have no idea is very well aware of it, and maybe they need to change their name because they certainly have an idea. But with that drone going out, now the opposing team has an idea as to where they are. So maybe that information can be free. Velfate seemingly aware just the same, but Silo on the top floor, ever so lethal, finds another kill. They're 7-3 thus far. Kluter finishes off what they started, and the punch hole is lethal, just not the right direction.
Max Verstappen, good reaction time. You kind of need that to drive fast, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It usually goes hand in hand. Maybe it goes hand in hand with Siege as well. It's down to Playboy Cardi, the current top performing player in the lobby, who dies hopping a miss into the Bathroom Teller's window. Now the last member alive is the OSA Max Verstappen. Fights get picked onto Velfate, but still 3 more members to go. That default camera on East has not been shot out, so there's perfect intelligence there that .K will be able to leverage, knowing exactly where this OSA is coming from. With all these long angles established, I can only imagine that it's a matter of time before the OSA dies, or should they hop to the bomb site. Delicate waiting just around the corner, should find a free kill, and there it is. Easy set as done, and .K tie us off at the half 3-3 after losing the first 3 rounds on their defense. They go back and they go flawless in their defensive rotation.
And the most important part was they played for each other. They did not play as individualistic, we'll say bar the Cav. And even with the Cav, they still played around that information more than they did trying to just play for individual ego picks. It was very well adjusted for .K. Their defensive side also played that top floor much better. They at least made some changes where required. And at the end of the day, you see them pick up the 3-3 half. They're going onto the attacking side, which on Border is negligibly favored. It's not by much. It's like 52%, 51%, which in Rainbow Six Siege is basically nothing. That's why you see a 3-3 half at the split. But with Noble Academy playing that attack on the far side of the Archives wall so consistently, you'd expect they know how to defend it. And if they're prepared to defend it, this is where .K say, let's just not do that. And you can see with the, at least current operator selection, doesn't seem like they will, but I don't like the swap for Velfate onto the Glaz. I'm concerned.
Let him cook. Playboy Cardi ate up with the Glaz, so in theory, Velfate should do the same.
10 seconds remaining.
Glaz is the win condition, Dan.
Imagine
Did
they
you not
run
know that?
Thatcher here and they EMP the C4s. Please do that. I've seen that happen once before, and it
It is
was
an idea.
amazing. And we've got a TK.
Okay.
I would usually say that's for a skin, but we were not playing skins yesterday. I can only imagine that's either a misclick or they got into an argument.
I have a feeling that's a shot for a default camera. And, the default cam is dead, along with delicate. Not a delicate process in shooting those default cams off spawn. It happens from time to time. Maybe more often here because we've seen that happen now twice in this match. We've seen a team kill nearly off the rip on the attacker spawn, but it's important.
in two
Getting rid
very
of
different
that-
ways.
Listen, at least no. There was also a team kill. There was another team kill. Like,
What?
there's been 3 team kills.
There was the
wrong?
Rotero drone.
There was
was the other
Rotero
one?
drone. There was a team kill from Noble ACAD on their attack. I can't remember which round. I feel like it was just a straight up team kill, right? And then .K had a straight up team kill just now. I'm pretty sure we've seen 3 team kills. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe our observer can see if that's the case. But Armory wall to be opened up rather early on. No CCTV pressure at all from Noble ACAD, as that wall will get opened up easy peasy lemon squeezy. And now the attackers have direct access into the bomb site.
Wow.
And lots of long angles established from these rappels, as every single member of the defense is nestled up all close and
Bomb
tidy
located by
in
attackers.
the bomb site. All 5 members within the confines of Armory lockers or archives. Oh,
That glass trying for shots from range. The yellow outline's just barely being seen through the Africa wall, but Youngkin finds the opening onto Max Verstappen, who was thrown out into the open. And Kluter is able to walk in here. There's not anything shutting them down from doing so. No Idea wants to swing this if they can, but it comes down to timing. Will the Thermite see them? Yes, but they also take damage rather than dealing it out. And No Idea has found, we'll say, a hole in the lock for .K as soon as they turn around it. So maybe not so much. Kluter walks
not
through
the
the site
bright spot.
with the diffuser in hand. Probably not the most advisable idea. Impact through the wall should be able to shut them down. Diffuser's going down right in front of the breach, but a swing around the corner is a timing. Shoot, 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 please shoot! How does Adam Sandler not just try and go for a spray? Diffuser goes down for free. The Thatcher is seen a second time putting down a Claymore in the middle of nowhere. And Adam Sandler does not take the shot. Finally, Kluter will go down, but they give up so much to do so. It's down to a game of timing. The Thermite should be dead for the 3rd time this round, and somehow still is not. And Adam Sandler now needs to go for a defuse out in the middle of everything. Silo and Velfate still have angles from the CCTV side, and they don't need to play for anything other than an attempted long arm. There's no way you try and lock this in. The first attempted spray misses. Velfate goes for a double tap, and they find both. I am at a loss for words.
tell you what, Dan. These players play a lot of the time like they've got tac respawn beacons in Call of Duty. Like they can just like respawn immediately where they died, with doing some of the aggressive things that they do, right? Like an aggressive choice could be considered a Thatcher running throughout the entire bomb site, doing a full circle, pretending they were Max Verstappen,
He's
and then
running,
eventually
he's a track
ending
star.
at the finish line of the main breach where they started and planting the diffuser. Then there is also the guts to then place down a Claymore on top of the diffuser in the middle of a wide open wall in which the defenders can easily see you from swinging behind that sandwich barricade, or like the sandwich like little locker in the middle of the room, right? Or you've got bomb chassis, maybe a defender has escaped their way over towards half wall. There's a lot of places that the Thatcher could have died from. And for some reason there was no defender in any of them, even though there were 5 defenders in the bomb set. You would imagine that with all the pressure going on, you would think that Noble ACAD would have been very easy and quick to respond to that plant going down, but with that flank pressure by Velfate shooting in through the archives door and establishing that long angle all the way through the Africa wall, it put a lot of pressure on the defense and cut off a good amount of the rotation to where they actually became very uncomfortable with the way that .K went for their attack, as now .K will rotate over to the east side, potentially work a nice little office take from there.
Now you're seeing a swap the opposite direction, especially now that the Cade is being brought. No, we'll say definitive position as to where .K want to go. I like the fact that they were playing evenly on both sides of each site, allowing that split cross in towards the main armory while still having the archives locked down, forcing Noble Academy to mind even where they are inside of the site they would by default have. Kluter has been able to walk down the main hallway. The one difficult position for Noble Academy is, yeah, you're playing all 5 players on site, but you have no extended pressure because of that. So .K less than 60 seconds into the round, are at direct parallels with the site. And it has taken them absolutely no utility, bar a single breach charge for Delicate. That's it.
Yeah, this should be a rather easy attack to get this Archives wall opened up. Where's the Kaid Electric Claw to come in for the trick? It's nowhere to be found. Everything getting opened up around the defense. This should be another swift take. All you have to do is walk in behind the bomb chest and get that plant down. But Silly Cluter is the one that bears the diffuser, and they're deep inside of Fountain. And now looking to walk through Archives is Velfie with the prone angle. Finds the feet of Jim Carrey taking down the smoke. Basically, all denial that could stop you from getting the case down in this round is being put off, barring the C4 from Adam Sandler, or the shots to come from I have no idea as the rotation comes in, and the bomb has gone down. 40 seconds left for the defenders to now work their way back into their own site, which they gave up with ease. No idea. The castle rotating all the way downstairs, but you'd have to argue, Dan, it's way too late to make a play like this. There's just no time left on the board, especially to try to win a 1 versus 5. Spots the air jab nicely, but the Glaz
Claymore.
noticing the flank,
Claymore.
and there's a Claymore right in front of your feet, but they're shot out by the Glaz and the Nomad, both combining for this final kill. One through Top East, and the other one through 90. And in the end, .K get their second attacking round on the board. And truthfully, Dan, with the way that .K have been playing, with the way that Noble ACAT have failed to extend out on their defense, you have to say that .K are looking really, really solid. And their chances to win this match are getting heightened by as we go on.
Yeah, we're also seeing them make stellar adjustments like we did yesterday. Now, yesterday we put a little bit of a caveat on it for a couple reasons. Number one, they were playing a team that only had 4 players. Number two, it was an attack versus a defense. Yeah, those caveats can be absolutely tossed out the window. This is 5 consecutive rounds for .K now, between both sides, by the way, and on multiple sites. Now, we see an adjustment for Noble Academy, exactly what we saw in the first half. .K lost the first 2 rounds on the top floor, and they went right to Bathroom Tellers and then obviously lost that as well. But here's where we could see Noble Academy turn the tides. Hopefully make some adjustments in their defense. They play for more information this time around. You can see if they play for more extension as well. They're bringing the Pulse, Echo. I like those decisions. But the Castle still indicates they want a turtle. And you can see that with the reinforcements on Workshop. Workshop usually has at least one of those walls soft, not the one going towards the main single wall or single door, where you try and play inside a Workshop rather than giving it up for free. I'm no expert here, but, I mean, this is another situation where .K can really pick a couple rooms and they'd get them for free as long as they don't select square. Oh, and Jim Carrey just took 100 and change to
if Jim Carrey was not wearing a t-shirt from Max Verstappen, a Max Verstappen t-shirt, I'm sure you could buy those somewhere. Jim Carrey is probably dead on the ground.
That's 135 damage from the breach charge.
Yeah. Let's just say Jim Carrey is very
C4?
lucky that Mute is now a
C4?
This C4 could go big, and it goes up, but there's a fuse cluster charge to chase all of the defenders out of sight. Full control established up on the top floor. Dan, you might not be an expert, but I certainly am. And when you give your opponents full raid of the top floor, they're going to raid hell from above. And the cluster charge is doing all of the work necessary. Already finding one body. The Mute, who was lowered down so much HP early on, is now being obliterated off the board. And surely, with 3 defenders standing in bathroom, 1 well-placed cluster charge, 1 more, could really do some serious damage to the defense. As .K are swarming their opponents of Noble ACAT, who are all currently huddled up in the bathroom. Yeah. It is not gym time, my friends. It is not gym time. We're not hitting the showers. We're playing Rainbow Sixe Siege, and they're getting dusted. But Adam Sandler fights back after a couple of their own teammates fall down and die. With 1:10 coming up on the clock, .K to make the move. To begin a drone, get that information, and eventually we'll hit the bomb site.
And there's no way to clearly get these ease of access positions for .K from here on. Adam Sandler's fairly well set up behind the construction lobby, but Velfie just decides to go in. The spray could land, but it misses, and they're actually being walked in on. The Habana is behind you, Max Verstappen. Oh no, lack of situational awareness, unlike the Dutch person he's named after. And that's a questionable defense from Noble Academy. Again, no extension, no vertical control whatsoever. And again, .K play a perfect operator lineup for it. They play the Hibana for hard breach, they bring breach charges for the castle, and they play the fuse. Enough said on that front. We're going to Ventilation Workshop. I guess they say 4th time's the charm for Noble Academy, because they're going to need that 3 times over.
Well, potentially. For Noble ACAD, they've still yet to get around since .K has begun their winning streak. You could argue, Dan, that Max Verstappen, like Lance Stroll in China, lacked a bit of situational
Defenders,
awareness
protect your bombs from being
if you're keeping up
defused
with
by
the F1
attackers.
season. So maybe a rename, a rebrand for Max Verstappen is in order.
Only if there's
Lance Stroll
Australians.
R6. Yeah,
You have to have an
unfortunately,
Australian to barrel it too.
Habana was not gridlocked, so
Attackers have discovered the
there's no
location of a
comparison that
bomb.
can be made there. That would have been really funny though, if conveniently gridlock was being played, because then it would have been like dead accurate, or just about. The comparisons in real life to this game, for some reason, are matching up very well though. I'm not gonna lie.
Remaining.
I'm starting to get
I love
concerned
it.
about it actually.
I'm getting a little bit worried as well.
5 seconds
Either
left
VESL has a
before
script and
insertion.
I wasn't privy to it, or Max Verstappen has a
Attackers
script
are
of their
heading
own
out
to
to
follow.
defuse a bomb.
Maybe that could be the case. We're all scripted here in VESL, of course. That's everything. Everything is done by the script, done by the book. One thing that's not typically done by the book, .K, they're not used to playing with this much of a lead, at least from what we saw on stream yesterday. We saw they were down 1-5 and had the versatility to come back from that deficit and end up winning their match in overtime. Noble ACAD this time extending themselves out a little bit. Jim Carrey up on the top floor. It's the roaming smoke. Albeit they're 1-9 and their performance certainly hasn't been up to their expectations in this match. They could seriously do some damage, especially with the Mossberg at close range, if they're able to at least shoot a couple of drones and reposition themselves into a position of which the .K attackers do not expect them.
What?
But it's Silly Cluter with the better shotgun to get the kill as Jim Carrey goes for an aggressive swing, but ends up dying as I Have No Idea also looks to contest up here on the top floor, but they've reinforced their only way to leave down through the hatch. So they're going to be stuck up here, but they haven't been
And they're in
cleared
sight.
by the attack.
Wait, it doesn't matter. The .K is in sight, and it doesn't seem like Noble Academy has any idea about it. Finally, Adam Sandler does something about it. Shorty finds damage and a kill, so at least a step in the right direction. But Playboy Cardi and Adam Sandler, we've seen this story before. Last time it was a 2v5. Here will be a similar position, not a carbon copy though, considering it was technically a 3v5 before it kicked off. We'll see a second exothermic charge go off. We'll see more information given over to .K and more positional advantage as well. Adam Sandler does see the Nomad up top, but can only do negligible damage to them. And then there's TK. That's par for the course, it seems. And Delicate's scope is hiding their own kill. They'd have a freebie onto the Bandit if they weren't running ACOG right now.
Oh no. The treachery of the ACOG, the 4-3 difference, 3-2, 16-9, whatever these players are on, 16-10. Adam Sandler looks to be aggressive. They've spotted the case going
What?
down. There's no coverage at all, and Adam Sandler dusts by very, very not like the real life Adam Sandler, because I don't think that guy's very fast, but
No.
speeds by in through Workshop, finding one, but pulls out the Goodbye at the wrong time. Playboy Cardi, though, finding the kill onto the Jackal. Great teamwork and coverage by the Bandit, currently 13-5. And Noble ACAD, very much like most of the teams that we saw yesterday, extending this game at least a round further, giving themselves another opportunity to extend their livelihood in the playoffs. Remember, it's a best of one. Noble ACAD, if they lose this round, would be out, but they win it and at least force for round number 11 to have to be played.
Adam Sandler puts on his the longest yard hat and carries the team to the at least first line of first downs with time.
I was looking
dwindling.
for a good grown-ups reference to make there, but I just could not.
I don't think there's a single time where Adam Sandler's running in Grown Ups, so
I know that's
Yeah.
that's why I was struggling.
yeah. I'm trying to find something for Jim Carrey, but that guy doesn't run either.
I think Grinch can run.
That's true. You know, okay. Side note from the game. Side note from the game.
Attackers
Uh,
need to locate
The
and
best
defuse
scene
as
ever
many bombs as they
is
can.
Jim Carrey playing the Grinch, where he pulls the drape off the table with a bunch of glass on it. It was intended for him to pull that drape and all the glass fall, but he does it so well where the glass just stays on the table.
He does it perfect.
Like,
Yes, I've seen that.
So then he has to
Yeah.
walk back and like mess it all up. It's a great scene. Look up like Grinch
Attackers have located a
pulling
bomb.
drape off table or something like that. I don't know, but it's a great clip if you ever find it.
I really wish it would have been Max Verstappen being the one that was like gonna sprint at someone, because
10
that's an
seconds
easy
remaining.
reference. That's like a free one right there. But Adam Sandler is like the complete opposite
5
of
seconds
speed.
left.
So there's just there's nothing you can do. For the
Attackers'
poor guy.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
He's not a runner. He's not a track star. He's not.
Hey, if he lobs in a good C4 here, we could make a basketball reference. There's a few basketball movies he's been in.
There are. Maybe we can get that one at least.
Although I don't think C4 is bank shot unless you throw it off of like a drone.
Yeah, I've seen a time or two though where the C4 has bounced off of a drone and killed someone because of it.
Yeah.
And that is quite a. Well, I mean, it
Oh,
could be a
you
switch,
forgot
in
breach
theory.
charges.
Delicate thought they had breaches, and unfortunately,
Nobody
suffered
has
from
them.
the
Oh no.
paralyzing flashbang effect.
Do they have a Gon 6? That's the question. We've seen them run a Gon 6, I believe, on the Glaz before, but that's a question mark still. Doesn't seem like that's the case. So that castle barricade seemingly will stay intact for the time being. EMP will go off, exothermic charge in short order. That should be the main wall open. Max Verstappen is a pretty good position here. They also have a couple C4s to play off of. Arrow jab to the back wall, that's shot easily. So Playboy Cardi's position is noted. There's a lot of information to go .K's way, but there's also a couple shots going their direction as well. No Idea picks up their third kill of the game, but then Jim Carrey dies. So maybe the Grinch is here to steal the comeback.
The Grinch is dead. The Grinch can no longer go for the comeback. Instead, it's going to be the likes off their teammates of Adam Sandler, Max Verstappen, and I have no idea who finds their second kill of the round. Onto the aggressive attacking side of .K, who just want to force themselves through the breach. Very similar to how Noble ACAT like to work on their attacks, as Vel Fate will peer through the smoke, but the issue is you really need someone else to have that diffuser in their pocket, so that way Velfate could
No
be the
way.
teammate to cover through the smoke. Instead, the
Shoot!
glass begins to play it. Verstappen, he's right around the corner. All you have to do is deny. But Playboy Cardi will walk through. They miss their shots. The case is still going down. Safe and sound
Yes!
through the wall. It goes
No!
down. But No Idea finds a quad kill. Could it be our first ace? No, it's denied by Silo, who now has the advantage. 30 seconds left on the clock. They just have to prevent their opponents from getting this counter defuse. The flank to come in through CCTV by Adam Sandler has been noted as Max Verstappen begins to pound away at that diffuser. Adam Sandler with perfect timing could stop it as Max Verstappen gets the counter defuse with the long arm just around the corner. And somehow, some way of heroics from No Idea, Noble Academy are one round away from sending us into overtime.
This is not a real game. I refuse to believe it. There's no way a Rook is sitting in the corner with 2 impact grenades in their hand, just thinking to themselves, yeah, I'm going to hold on to these. I don't think they're going to play any further factor. It's not like I need to throw these against the wall to deny the defuse that's going on. And it's the only place the defuse could be going down, by the way, where they wouldn't be able to see it. So it's not like there's a whole host of, process of elimination, no way it's here, no way it's there. And sound cues really aren't a factor either. This is an insane sequence of events to where now Noble Academy lose the first 3 rounds of the second half. They then turn it around, win the first on Ventilation Workshop, the second on Armory Archives, and guess what? We're headed back to Bathroom Tellers, where Noble Academy needs some level of heroics. And the Frost is seeing more playtime here, Mason. Everybody prepare yourselves for a couple snaps of bear mats. Please tell me this works.
Now,
Are
I don't
you
know
able-
if that shield is the...
There's no... Oh, it's a bait. It's an entire bait. There's no way that you actually clear that, right? I would love to see a drone just look in that corner.
One RCXD, one cluster charge on the window if the tower's window has been barricaded off, or one RCXD just jumping in through the window easily gets rid of the bear mat, shield, all of that utility has been placed there by the defense. There is a
And now
castle
Elysian Mine.
barricade, so one cluster charge
or-
is going to just get rid of everything.
There's no
It's
way.
all gone. It's all destroyed. Everything is gone. It's all dead. No more shield, no more bear mat, nothing. to be worried about. The RCXD goes goes in and opens up more lines of sight, more angles. Now that cluster charge going on that Casa barricade, you can actually peer through that now. It's made a permanent hole that could be leveraged by the attack, which might catch the defenders off guard in their rotations.
Now, this is perfect for .K. They are dreaming right now. Somebody's like, pinch me, please, because they have full vertical control. They have so much explosives, it seems like they're getting ready to carpet bomb Noble Academy. And it doesn't seem like there's any anti-air defenses on the defensive side. Silly Cluter sets up yet another cluster mine. That one will mostly miss. They've cleared out almost all the utility that is sitting anywhere around either site. But it does not seem like they're going to be able to easily open up the hatch. There's still an Electroclaw there. They do not have any impact EMPs nor traditional EMPs to clear that out of position. So that could be the final nail in .K's coffin, or the only one that ends up keeping them down for a few extra seconds.
90 seconds left on the board as you can see .A begin to approach the site closer and closer as Playboy Cardi has only put down one bear mat. By the way, Frost has 3 of them. I guess there's no need to put the other ones down. Don't plan to do the rest of the damage with their own weapon, but they've been spotted, and Silo will take them down for good. No more 9mm available to the defensive side, and now the Legion of Jim Carrey goes down, but Max Verstappen fights back, finding one pick, but is quickly pre-fired by the LMG, as I have no idea. The hero from last round started with a very rough match, has begun to work their way back. Velfing getting that diffuser down. Adam Sandler could deny it, but they don't do it in time. The case has gone down. I have no idea. Gets the kill on a Silly Cluter. It's just down to Delicate in a 1 versus 2. They can deny the Cade, the Log Eagle. They see the barrel. All they have to do is tap away at the head. They do. No idea walks in. They die as well. Brilliant by .K. Delicate with the 1 versus 2. Case going down in their favor. And although it nearly spilled over into overtime, .K were able to hold on just long enough to guarantee the win and advance themselves into the semifinals, in which they'll face Broke Boys in a best-of-3 off-stream.
That is an insane way of picking up the end round as well. 15-10 for Silly Cluter. Delicate escapes with 8-8. They even themselves up. It's a 1v2 from a separate angle that had not been watched earlier because the Dokebi, who was seen there earlier, ended up dying in a completely separate fight. That was not accounted for elsewhere. They double up, they add some level of redundancy. The missed shot from the Cade on that second effort, if they deny the defuse plant there, I think that round's over. We're going to overtime. But because they don't, it becomes a very easily clutchable 1v2. It also helps when the Cade just doesn't clear the double window because they had no reason to do so. They were under the full presumption that the Nomad's either sitting outside or upstairs. The earlier of which they were checking, the later they were not worrying about because there was no way they would have died from upstairs. It really just comes down to timing and, honestly, a hilarity to close out the game.
It was a wild first match to get us started, but we've got a lot more action to go through the rest of the day. Best of 3 for semifinals, in which it'll be John Rainbow Squad taking on whoever the winner of Paraphernalia and Rockefeller Rooks was. We'll find out in just a few minutes. We'll bring that match to you guys soon. And then later on, it's grand finals here for the one-off tournament of Rainbow Sixe Siege.
Mason said that we'd have the winner of Paraphernalia and the Rooks. He lied, because that game had only started about 3.5 minutes before he said that. They are currently in round 5, and we're not waiting that long. So, we're picking up .K and Broke Boys in the other semifinal. We'll wait between the semifinals and grand finals rather than waiting now. Allow us a little bit more time between best of 3s rather than best of 1 and best of 3. It's a whole thing of tournament organizing and background stuff. Don't worry about it. TLDR, we've got another game in front of us. And with 2 teams we've seen before, I'm time to light that right there is Clips. And Mason, we have 2 separate members, as mentioned, that we've seen before. One of them just a few seconds ago, the other one to close out the night just about 24 hours ago.
Yeah, Broke Boys took down Bad Aim yesterday on Border in a swift 7-2 fashion. Thank you.
I love saying that. It's so much fun. That was a great name.
Bad Aim. I'm doing my best here. That was okay, but I don't know. Listen, it's not my thing. I'm not graded. Okay, I'll do my best here. It's not what I'm paid to do. Okay, I'm paid to just talk about.
He's not paid to roll his R's. He's
not
paid
to impersonate other people.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. So we have our best of 3. We have our 3 maps in front of us as well. This is our first of 2 best of 3s of the day. First of 3 that will be played in the tournament as a whole. The second of those 3 off stream. We've got Oregon, Clubhouse, Chalet. Now, when I was told these maps, I put a GIF of Chandler falling asleep in our group chat with the tournament organizers, and I was told, wait, what do you mean? What's that reference to? If you're new to the Rainbow Six Siege scene, this is like if you know Valorant, it's like watching Ascent 3 times. If you watch Counter-Strike, it's like watching Mirage 3 times. If you're an Overwatch fan, it's like watching King's Row like 7 times. Sorry.
Snooze fest.
Asleep. Yeah.
Snooze fest. Yeah. These are like 3 of the most played maps that have been in the comp pool now for a long time, with the exception of Chalet maybe being still a little bit more fresh than Clubhouse in Oregon, but we may not even see Chalet. We might only see Clubhouse in Oregon, and we've seen Oregon and Clubhouse both played already. Now, one of these teams, I believe, had to have played one of the maps, and that would have been .K, who played Clubhouse yesterday, in which they won in an 8-7 fashion against Paraphernalia. So there's a little bit of VOD that could be leveraged here by Broke Boys. They might be able to take advantage of that review should they have done any from yesterday and watched .K partake here. No Border to be played. Both of these teams, we've seen them on Border already, but that is not to show up. The nice thing for .K, I will say, they're a little warm, right? They've played a nice little warm-up. They've got Siege in their bones. It's flowing through their bloodline, right? Broke Boys on the other end, who knows if they've gotten a warm-up scrim? Who knows if they've been playing standard ranked, something to kind of get the bloodline moving, maybe just a little bit of, 10-mans or what is it called? The free-for-all deathmatch, something like that. Yeah, I was forgetting what that is because I'm terrible at the game and don't do any of that stuff. I just jump in,
overrated,
cold as can be, and go. And usually you want to be kind of similar to like an MLB pitcher, right? You want to warm yourself up. Just get the blood moving and do a little bit of something to kind of get your nerves eased, and also your aim to be that peak level that we're expecting here, of course, because you are playing for quite a lot of money, Dan. $7,500 is nothing to joke about.
Yeah.
These teams are not far away from achieving that top point. One of the 2 will advance and have the ability to fully compete for that $7,500 prize.
So now, as far as I'm aware, this is a pool that is split between the top 4 teams. So I'm pretty sure both of these teams are in the money. Don't quote me on that. I'll get some clarification before round 5 or so. But as to how the prize pool is split, that's not really the conversation. My question is, how can .K readjust between games? So, there's the warming up, and then there's a break between. For some quick context, I ref soccer. I ref soccer for the first time in a year and a half this most recent weekend. And I had like 3 hours between my first 2 games. And my legs were killing me because I had a little bit of a break between games. Whereas if you just keep going and going and going, if we didn't take, we'll say 15 minutes between starting this best of 3, maybe .K would be up and ready to go. We saw a couple of them sitting between standard games. Our observer was trying to get players in the lobby, and we're like, oh wait, they're still going. That's a good call, but I mean, here, this could be a completely different conversation. There are also 2 things I want to talk about in terms of the bans, because we kind of glossed over those. Usually, it's fairly inconsequential. Today, or at least in this game, maybe not so much. We see Glaz banned out, which I think is a very good decision from .K, but it also kind of hinders themselves because they were just playing on the Glaz a couple times. We also see the Frost banned out by Broke Boys. We've seen that played by a couple teams across the board here in VESL. That's a good decision. It really just removes that worry of having to check your floor. Instead, they'll ironically play the cap can, where people still have to check their doorways. So, by no means is it the sense of security they may have been looking for otherwise.
I already like some of the swaps here on the attacking
located
side
by
by
attackers.
.K, bringing the Capital. I don't think we've seen... Correct
seen
me
it
if
a
I'm
couple
wrong,
times.
Dan. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen Capital?
Saw it yesterday.
Maybe once or twice, but
Yeah.
but not
10
often.
seconds to insertion.
Let me check. We had Oregon as our first game yesterday.
5 seconds
We had it
left.
So
played.
maybe it was played a couple times.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, our observers say it was Capital instead of Sens in a couple of rounds. I'm checking our Oregon game just to scroll through a couple of the rounds.
Well, I will say that we didn't see a lot of Capital,
No.
and I think he's a very strong operator for this map. Now, the Habana on the top floor is a little bit puzzling to myself just because there's really not a lot you can do with those X-Karos pellets. I would have liked to have seen the Capital bring those hard breach gadget charges, and then maybe the Habana bringing those EMPs on an operator like Rim, who pairs very, very well with the Capital and working over from the big tower, and then as well going for that mastery-sided take. That would be the ideal lineup, right? But
Yeah.
instead, we've got .K, who elect to continue bringing the Boss G. I think they were playing it a little bit. No, it was not .K. It was, I think Broke Boys were playing
Yeah.
the Boss G a little bit yesterday, right? So now Silly Cluter is rocking the Boss G, try to strut their own stuff against Broke Boys.
So I scrolled through our entire Oregon game. We did not see Capital a single time. It was 6 picks
Ha!
off of a couple times, but I'm certain we saw it at least once or twice. I'm still scrolling through that as we have an opening kill by the aforementioned Capital. Already 1 for 1, and the only time we've seen it on Oregon. Velfate has the opening pick, saying goodbye to Cancer Crab, and the mute is quickly dispatched.
Well, that's an easy pick to start off the round. I'm just saying, not gonna toot my own horn, but Capital's
Yeah,
pretty
you are.
dang good on this map as Youngkin begins to get the exothermic charge placed on that game's wall and opened wide open. Is now the cap can of resource stuck over on the dresser, often termed as Bolo. In that close position, it's a power position for sure. As Bolo, who still is a professional player for Dark Zero in his time on TSM, has made quite a few plays here from that position, as it is an aggressive spot, but very, very difficult for the attack to clear out. But Youngkin's just in sight, getting the diffuser down, but all of a sudden their coverage is blown away. You're dead with the swing through the white rotation, taking out a couple of bodies as now the Capcan of Resource goes for the flank. Delicate up the white stairs finds one. We're at a 2-on-2, still 45 seconds left to play, but the diffuser has hit the deck in the bomb site. Jactor seems to know, as well as Resource, both members coming up the white stairs, but Silo finds the head of Jactor. The Jaeger goes down, and now it's all down to Resource. 72 to get the clutch, 28 seconds left. Maybe a Capcan trap could find a kill, or maybe those Malusi Banshees could slow the attackers as they walk on inside. Resource pulls off that angle,
no.
and the Capcan trap finds one, and Resource positions the crosshair perfectly to take out Delicate. It was brought down to a sliver of HP from a prior engagement. And Broke Boys will take the first defensive round there on Oregon. Maybe a little bit closer than you would expect, Dan, but they got the job done in the end.
That was very narrow margins as well. Silo had full HP walking into those Capcan traps, but because they're on the 3-speed Habana, or 2-speed Habana, either way, it's a 2-shot with Capcan traps, you die off the back of those, and the low HP Sledge dies to the walk-in after the timing. If that Habana walks in 2 or 3 seconds later, then the Sledge has the drop on the Capcan dies, round over. But because Silo dies on the far side, and their position was noted earlier, it's the Capcan thinking, oh yeah, I could just turn back around. Resource 72 didn't have to worry about that position anymore. I can now focus back on what I was earlier. And it worked. Broke Boys have a good start to the game. Good start to the best of 3. They are up 1-0. Not in maps, but in rounds. It's baby steps here, Mason.
It's the best way to start, Dan. You gotta start slow and slowly grow that lead if you are Broke Boys.
10 seconds
Swap
to go.
off the Capcan, although very effective in the last round, maybe not quite as effective
5
down here
seconds remaining.
in the basement. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of an elbow extension. It seems like we're going to see some of the wall get opened up as it does, but they fully reinforce this tarps wall facing in towards blue, which is usually opened up to help aid that extension, right? The reason why you go for that elbow extension is because you play those long angles, you try to support your team by utilizing now ACOGs rather than 1.5s back in the meta when this was originally developed. and you can help to hold against this blue take, which I imagine .K will look to leverage some control of in some way. But the thing is, with the Habana and Nook running Harbridge Gadget, there's lots of opportunities for walls to be opened up here by .K on the attack, and most likely hatches, because there's been no Kaid or Tuber out brought to deny and slow down the progression, as already Silo begins to get the hatches open. But as our observer mentions, 6 pellets on the hatch. Not typical. You only need 4 to get it open, and you can use the B button as the default bind to swap off of that 6 pellet clip and just open up the hatch. We thought we were going to see it from Silo, but not the case here. We were hoping for a teaching moment. It would have been very nice.
So, notably enough, Mason, I looked through the entire VOD of yesterday. We saw Capitao a single time. It was played by Velfate. It was on round 5 of the playoffs.
So I was almost right.
Yeah, close. No secret. So we did see Capitao,
Ooh.
but only a single time. Youngkin should be able to get this wall open cleanly. I don't see anything that will counter that. Bandit's not in the right spot. That should be open unless they take too long. No, it will go off. Youngkin can also get the opposite wall open as well. It's a pretty good start, all things considered. They've also got some redundancy in terms of claymores, not allowing Broke Boys to re-extend. But the problem for .K is they don't have any opening kills with this. Yeah, they have a decent bit of map control, but they don't have any opening kills to go along with it. And they have to find something to go along with that. Flashes to go. They want to try for a drop, but Silo takes too long. That flash effect will dissipate quickly enough, and a one-for-one trade certainly isn't going to help you at the end of the day, but so will a shot from Velfate from distance. The P9 is very much lethal, especially when you're not being shot back at. Oh,
The Legion of Your Dead walks through
Claymore.
and finds one on a silly Cluter, but the Claymore will do enough to get that body downed and confirmed dead as Youngkin will wrap around the corner, confirming that body that was found by the Claymore. Not able to pick themselves up from that Rook t-shirt in time. And surprisingly, Broke Boys losing a basement defense. Not very often that you say that here on Oregon, because basement tends to be the strongest bomb site by far, but with how little Broke Boys extended, they gave .K so much control that they got confined in these tight little spaces, and a couple flashbangs displaced them enough, blinded their sight lines for just long enough for .K to fully work their execute into the site and eventually win the round.
So, at this point, .K on the attacking side, they have that opening, and it seems like they found some comfortability on the attack in the early part of the round. We are seeing an adjustment from Broke Boys. Mirror's being brought here, Resource 72 at least making that swap, so something could start to go their direction. The only problem with that, at least in the early indications of this round, is the previous round they played the Valkyrie, and they played for the information fairly well. They just didn't find the kills off the back of it. Here, the information is more via clarity and obviousness rather than trying to play off obfuscation. We'll see if that plays in their favor.
It looks like the Vigil of Your Dead is going to try to leverage their gadget that clones them from any drones inside of kitchens they've hidden throughout most of this prep phase, and relied on teammates like Jackter, who's currently walking around setting up Capcan traps and is probably reinforced a hatch or two themselves to shoot those drones and deny the attackers of the information of the position of the Vigil. Those Capcan traps can be super, super deadly, especially if they're placed in effective positions, but the Brava of Delicate can hack not only these default cameras, but also can hack the Capcan traps where they actually flick and now become aids to the attackers rather than the defenders. A silly Cluter confusing the Rook, shocking the Mirror, and then just getting a little extra chip damage to start off the round as Silo nearly walks into those Capcan traps, but Delicate will steal him just in time and alert his teammate of those, but not the ones on the split doors. Silo will be dropped down to less than 50 HP for the rest of the round.
Do you hear that? I hear a rattlesnake in the grass. I think the Havana of Silo did as well, but there's no guarantee on that front. The hatch has been opened, again by 6x Kairos pellets. Again, it only takes 4. But that flank from the Vigil, yeah, nobody notes it. And Velfate dies. That is just unfortunate. No droning on the top floor, no claymores that time around, and we have an opening pick. This one goes Broke Boy's way, and the Vigil has just gotten out for free? No one's holding kitchen, no one's holding white stairs, no one holding freezer stairs. Okay.
Yeah. Your Dead can just kind of go anywhere, right? The lack of a flank watch presence allows for the Vigil to waltz their way up Green Hall, shoot the Monty in the back, who's distracted something below the hatch that caught their attention. Now the Vigil of Your Dead has been spotted out by the Habana of Silo, who gets the kill. So eventual refrag, albeit late. Eventually that roamer dies, and now it just remains to focus the attack on these last 4 defenders inside of the bomb site, all nestled up by that launching closet, almost 3 of them positioned here. This should be an easy attempt here for an execution, but the diffuser is not on the right side to actually get yourself inside and begin to get that plant down. Instead, it looks like they're going to try to open up this main wall with the exothermic charge, the meat jammer to go away, and Youngkin begins to open that wall. Cancer Crab can't play in a safe position anymore. They're going to have to swing, but instead, they decide to play close. This could be huge for them as they get the kill on the Youngkin, and the diffuser is dropped. Resource with support from the launcher rotate finds another body. The Habano Silo flanking from main stairs is blown sky high by Resource, who finds their second on the round. And the last member alive is the Bravo of Delicate, has done a lot of good informational game in this round, but has not been able to get any frags for their team as of yet. They'll swing out, and eventually Resource hits a Capcan trap from their own team. They hit the deck. Delicate will find 1 on a Jactor, but still 2 members to find. Only 5 seconds left. Case in hand, it doesn't matter. Voodoo Magic from the floor finds the head, and Broke Boys will get redemption in the basement.
It's an interesting way of playing the basement as well. You expend an early C4, force out extra utility and time from .K, but Broke Boys had a camera sitting somewhere. I'm not sure what it was, nor how it was played, because I looked back, no one had a bulletproof, and nobody was playing primary info. So they must have kept the default cam and lobby up that was pinging through the hatch. That's the only way that the ping would have gone into the main laundry room. But they knew Silo was there. That's the reason the C4 was so. That's the reason it landed so easily. They had clear and obvious information, and it went their direction. I suppose, if you have it, might as well use it. Brook Boys are able to go back to the top floor, of which they won in round number 1. Not so cleanly, but they won it. A second time, we'll see a couple of swaps, though. Not only in terms of operators, but in terms of who's playing each operator. I'll remind you, Resource 72 1v2'd on the Capcan with some help from their EDDs. Now they're playing on the Aruni. Jactor has gone onto the Capcan. And we're also seeing a Malusi this time around. I like some of these adjustments. These are fun.
Definitely good changes to make, right? Bringing these trap operators. I believe we saw both the Capcan and Malusi last time around here on the top floor. I think it's mostly the same defense with the exception of a Rook potentially different. I honestly can't remember back to round number 1 in which Brook Boys were successful on the defense. But you're dead, looking to get aggressive with an early spawn pick here. Looking towards big window. Should anyone from .K find themselves repelling up, trying to find that angle, they may die. And I've pretexted it perfectly, as Delicate was the one who found their own life taken away as You're Dead gets the opener and sets Broke Boys up for success yet again up here on the top floor.
It is Broke Boys having a clear and obvious advantage once more, but with Delicate going down, a lot of the information that was really the saving grace of .K in the previous round won't go their way this time around. Hold up. Can we try and take a look at that default camera just outside Garage? I'm not sure if the Observer third-person camera can see it, but I'm like 80% sure it's hacked, and no, outside Garage, like outside the building. I'm like 80% sure it got hacked. They actually hacked the default camera outside.
I hope not.
Yeah, the one outside.
Yes,
Yep.
the outside default.
It's shot. Okay, I thought I saw it hacked. We're good. Sorry for throwing.
Dan is seeing things.
I'm seeing ghosts.
Dan is seeing things, and so is Silo, as they're seeing the Capcan traps placed stealthily up on that front door, but no one tries to go there. Silo looking to potentially go for a floor ring, but you can't quite get that angle from down below. Instead, they'll work their way through the C-Hall, as the Thermite has done massive work in getting this attic wall open, cleared with the Thatcher of Silly Cluter, who walks up and finds the kill onto the Rook of Voodoo Magic, and another kill going in favor for .K as 2 members this time fall for Broke Boys. Jactor very close, waiting to get this kill, but can't find the job to get it done as they drop down an attic, and it's down to You're Dead. They started the round with the kill. Can they end it with 4?
It'd be very difficult to try and ace clutch here. You don't know where that diffuser's going down. You don't know that... okay, you should have known the opposite side of the site was taken up. That's kind of your fault. But, I mean, there's not really much you're going to do. Even if you have that information, you're probably not winning the round, regardless of the mechanical skill we've seen thus far from many members of Broke Boys today and yesterday. Anyway, it is a round for .K. They tie us up once more, and we're drawn to even. We'll see the second floor on a third time. at least, if not more than that, should Broke Boys lose it. And .K, they've shown themselves as pretty formidable on the attacking side of Oregon thus far. Obviously, we saw them yesterday on Clubhouse, where they played the Capital on a couple of occasions. Here, they're playing it more often than not, and it's working.
I mean, a couple solid attacking round wins here on Oregon. You kind of expect it to be that 3-3 split nowadays, right? Oregon doesn't tend to be faring too much in the attacker or in the defender favor as it has been in the past, but still, a 4-2 would be the expected result here for Broke Boys in this position. Voodoo Magic denying some of those drones. That early information on and off the board is there's 6 impact grenades available here to the defense. Now, there's one trick you can do here on this site, and I haven't tested it in theory since the changes to impacts in which their radius is now a little bit smaller. But there used to be a trick, and I believe it still exists, where you can actually open the floor of that game's wall, right below where that Goyo Vulcan canister is placed. There's a ceiling fan and classroom down below. And you can actually throw an impact on the bulb of the ceiling fan, which will destroy any gadget, any hard-breaching gadget that's placed on that master wall. So rather than relying on a meat jammer, maybe a bandit battery or a kid claw, which can all be shot through a floor by an IQ that can be brought, or a Twitch drone getting through, you could just deny it with pure hard gadgets, and in theory there's really not much the attack can do other than going below and trying to clear you out of that position on their own, which invests time, utility, and resources that otherwise might not have to be invested with just the simple bandit battery or mute jammer or cage lock.
So 2 meters, I believe, is the full
New
drop
radius.
Yeah, that is.
Yes.
I'm reading the patch notes. Impact grenades won't do damage if they land more than 2 meters away from the opponent. I'm assuming that's the same case for gadgets. So we'll say 2 meters is the case of argument. It is up to 40 damage now. So I suppose it'll be 2 meters, if not a little bit closer, because you need to still do a certain amount of damage to take out pieces of utility, like an exothermic charge. It's not like it has 0 health. It still has, like, I think 20 or 25. It's still a notable, but negligible, not important here. Doesn't seem like that conversation is going to be impactful whatsoever. EMP will go off, so too will the exothermic charge, and the main wall is open. Silo also picks up a nice opening kill from the attic side, it seems. Rook is gone, Jack are dead, and .K, again, well, I was going to say have an obvious advantage, and Voodoo Magic shuts that down.
Stripping that away as the Vigil works their way up the dorm stairs, finding one, and now begins to work their flank over towards the big tower pressure that's been alerted to here by .K. Voodoo Magic will work their flank magic well, but Silly Cluter in theory has put a couple of those gridlock stingers to deny that flank from coming through by the Vigil. 2 members wrapping around each other, and Silly Cluter walking up the white stairs, but Silo also alerting their position. They have no idea that the Vigil is working their way from behind, as Silly Cluter has gotten the kill up the white stairs. Voodoo Magic does a very good flank there to reclaim attic control, as Broke Boys now only have to turn their direction towards the white stairs and trophy, in which the Vigil of Voodoo Magic will down the Osa in through master bedroom with 30 seconds left. The round getting more and more dire here for
timing.
.K.
Delicate had no idea too. Impact grenade, that's the limit of damage, but Silly Cluter still takes 40 of it, and notable to say the very least, there's a Vulcan canister on that door. Your Dead is still watching the double window. What a tap on a Delicate's head. Ever delicate as you please, still lethal as they come, and walking into a goo mine is just the final, we'll say, mine in the coffin of this one. Red pings will go through, Cluter will die to Voodoo, who finds a 4K on the round, and Broke Boys' defense on the top floor gets a new surge of life, and they get a new lead.
Well, this is exactly what they're expecting as the defense, right? Get at least 3. In the ideal world, you want to get 4 so that you can push for a 3-win half on your attack. You're able to get 3 wins. Obviously, getting 4, that would lead you to 7, and that would get yourself a nice, healthy map 1 win here on Oregon. Remember, it's a best of 3, folks, so there's not just 1 map to play. There's 2, potentially even 3. First team to win 2 maps will advance themselves into grand finals.
And by the way, they're all at the top right of the screen. So if any of you ask, what are the maps, I'm going to be upset.
Use your eyes.
Because
Use your eyes.
I meticulously placed them in Photoshop. So, you know, Photoshop is my passion.
You did an excellent job. Is graphic design your passion? I know some people that graphic design is their passion, quote unquote.
I know some people who are like really good at graphic design. It's kind of scary, actually.
I'm terrible at it. I don't have like a single creative bone in my body when it comes
10
to like
seconds to insertion.
art and drawing and like noticing things.
5 seconds to insertion.
Thank you, Observer.
Attacker's objective is to
My
defuse the
creativity
bomb.
went to my talent in Rainbow Six Siege. That's why I'm a
Creative.
champion player in Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, a little banter in the production booth is always more fun than ever, isn't it, right, Dan?
Wait, did
Especially when the Observer can't talk back to the stream.
did
I
all your
guess they can.
creativity go up there?
It did go up there. Also, why was the screen like smoky? Did you see that? Is that weird?
What?
The screen was like smoky.
No, it was just the
That was
vague
my
tan of your head. That was your forehead.
Dude, I couldn't tell. I thought the game was bugging out. I had no idea that you were phasing camera into the scene. And I'm sure the viewers are now probably all blind, having to witness that terrible sight.
Who knew?
that
Who
they
knew
saw.
flashbangs would impact the viewers?
Yeah, well, we bring in 4D action here at VESL. I mean,
For some quick context for any of you who did not pick that one up, I just zoomed in on Mason's forehead because it's the joke in the Rainbow Six Siege scene, and just kind of half phased it into the stream. So you're welcome. It was funny.
was funny.
Notably, the Vigil has a sick gun skin. Our observer pointed this out. That is amazing.
This
I've
is-
never seen that before. I think that's in the new Battle Pass. So
The heck
complete the
is
Battle Pass
this?
if you want it.
this is electric. I love it. I'm here for this. That's probably why Voodoo Magic is like, it got a beasted in a couple of these rounds.
Yep. Did we just see an easy flank walking through from Voodoo Magic? No. You shoot a couple drones and your position's given up, but Cancer Crab wins another fight with a shotgun. Can nobody kill the Mossberg wielder?
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
No!
Diffuser.
The answer is
Seems
no!
like-
He just finds a second!
Seems like no one at all is going to do
C4?
it, as another member might walk into that same fate, meet the same fate as their teammates. Delicate trying to work in through blue here, but Cancer Crab, as you said, Dan, the Mossberg, proving to be deadly in close range and close quarter combat. Velfade has worked their way down the tower stairs, potentially looking to ADS an opponent down the long
Do it.
hallway. But Cancer Crab, I mean, this should be an easy collection yet again. They get another as they're stimmed up to full HP, 140 to be exact.
What?
In that engagement, Velfate walks through, does a little bit of damage to Jactor, who should easily be able to res himself up. But
What?
the dock in the hallway is completely lost and ends up losing their own life. Velfate finds
What?
the mute, who doesn't know of the positioning of the Monty, and all of a sudden, a round
No way.
that is so winnable is at their fingertips. It's a 1 versus 4 on the Montaigne, the P9. Dan, you said it. It's deadly, but is it that deadly? I mean,
shouldn't
Jactor
be.
is the last member. They only have a sliver of HP, 1 bullet
5 seconds
that
remaining.
finds its stray self into a limb, an appendage anywhere of the body of Rook. Can get the job done, but Jactor knows where the case is going down, but they can't find the shot.
way!
They
No!
miss, but they find the head, denying the 1 versus 4. Enough bullets in the P90 gets it done. But oh boy, Dan, it was so nearly disastrous for
You had
Broke
90.
Boys.
He had 20 HP and 9 bullets left in a P90. That is a 50-round magazine, I might add. There is no way that he almost wins that and then almost loses it and then actually wins it again. I mean, credit where credit is due on a couple fronts. Number one, insane shots with the P9. Bar none, even with players who may have been slightly distracted. Those shots were nuts. The first set, the second kill onto the dock, the wide swing onto the mute was decent, nothing spectacular. But then the follow-up kill onto the Cade through the wall is bar none insanity. And then, picking the correct position to plant that still gives you a decent bit of cover and you still play for the proper plant direction because you're playing a shield that goes on your back. That's nuts. And then you almost end up getting the shield fully across and into the right position to win you the round. All of those things have no business happening in the same round. If you see that as a round win for Velfate, I think we would have lost our minds across the board.
10 seconds left.
And it would have been the most insane way to tie up an Oregon half
5
we have ever
seconds
seen.
to go.
But now, we see Silly Cluter. That's something I do in my ranked games. I love when people play
Locate
Cade.
a bomb and defuse it.
Nobody ever checks
or
that.
improperly because it didn't reach the wall.
It didn't reach the wall. No, you're supposed to throw it on the bottom. Okay, so he threw it outside. That one goes outside. Do they check that? Very rarely will you look outside for a Cade Claw. Unless Dokebi just casually looks up and is like, wait, why is that electrified?
I don't know.
It's like playing Where's Waldo with utility. This is fun. I enjoy this.
The thing is, if Thatcher is brought, right, then it just completely nullifies the effect.
Well, yeah, but that's always
yeah,
the case.
Silly Quitter just barely missing the wall with that first throw. This is a dangerous
Okay,
spot
that
to
should
stand,
land.
though. Like,
That should
I
land.
wouldn't really test my opponent's
There we go.
ability by standing in Master there, but those are two excellent Cade Electro Claws, and I don't think that Broke Boys are going to be able to identify the positioning of them, so that wall might stay closed indefinitely for the
Yeah, and
remainder
even with
of
the
the
twitch
round.
drive.
Of course, there's only hard breach gadgets on the Buck that could really do anything to get it open, as it looks like 3 members are working downstairs, and your dead could potentially just hop in the big window here. I don't know what the pressure looks like here for .K, at least on the defensive end, but there doesn't seem much stopping a quick big window hop in, as your dead tries it and dies. No, they didn't try it. They got jumped out on by Velfate, who finds the first kill of the round, jumping out of small tower.
Wait, and they know where Velfate is, but because Velfate went prone while the EE1D went off, do they actually clear small tower now? They may think small tower's clear, but there's a jump out ready. They have the logic bomb pop, so Velfate's position should be at least noted. But you hear the window go off in the shower hallway. Skeleton key to get them into dining, but the shots miss, and still Velfate wins a second fight. It's a 5v3, and Velfate nearly won the previous round and tied us up. Now could basically solo this one and at least bring us back to nearly even.
This is like the weirdest rope clear I've ever seen attempted. It's coming from Broke Boys, but the issue is they've spent 2 minutes doing essentially nothing. This Jactor just tries to make something happen for their team, walking up the white stairs and can't find anything for their own good. Answer Crab will look to hop in, potentially top main, as Velfate has found their 3rd kill of the round, continuing to aggress, and now has an easy rotation back to the bomb site. It's a 1 versus 5 attempt here for Cancer Crab, who takes a healthy amount of damage. A headshot on the silo is very, very nicely done, but they're to die to the castle with a long angle from attic, opened wide open. No reinforcements on that wall at all, giving you a better angle in towards master bedroom and trophy itself. And .K will win their first defensive round.
Now, I've meant to bring this up like 3 or 4 separate times, but for all of you who may be wondering, just to yourselves, hey, why is the name in the overlay .K with a period, and the name in the game is .DOTK? The game doesn't let us put periods in team names. It does let us put dashes for some reason, but it doesn't let us put periods. So, you know, if you were wondering, you're welcome.
Attackers need to locate and
Also,
defuse as many bombs
how
as
in
they
the world is Velfate able to just run out on 2 separate occasions, find 2, we'll say, not clean kills, but good kills, and find another on the bottom floor without being droned out? I get they're playing the Solus in that round, but still, that's kinda nuts. Now they're swapping to the dock. They still want to play aggro, and I suppose go for it. You combine that with some on-site presence of an Ellis with goo mine, or not goo mines, Gershwap mines, and you have the Echo. So, all in all, you could play a combo roam and
10 seconds to
on-site
insertion.
info
Bomb located
base,
by
and you're fine.
attackers. 5 seconds to insertion.
Well,
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
basement we go. Broke Boys were successful once on their basement defensive efforts. Maybe twice? Can't quite remember. It was twice. .K now have an opportunity to go pretty big here on their defense and even up the score early on. Potentially threaten that flawless site rotation and give themselves a good opportunity at winning out on their defensive site to win the first map here. Echo being brought, Ella being brought. Doc has been a very, very comfortable pick for many of these teams, which you don't see a lot of Doc. You'll see Doc here and there, but with the ACOG being the supreme scope of the defense, I guess it makes sense. None of the
Who's in
basement hatches
T3?
has been reinforced, and yeah, Dan alluded to a player in T3, and it appears as though it is the Ella of Youngkin, who has been spotted out up at the top of Big Tower, which is very, very good.
I actually don't know if they've been spotted. I think that window was just opened on a whim.
Potentially, but I don't know who's spraying down that window randomly. So let's make the assumption that Broke Boys have some sort of information about the other.
Okay, for the time being, but
for my sake, please.
The two questions are, number one, who shot it, and number two, why? Because nobody else is looking in that general direction. Somebody shot it from distance. I think it was the Bravo Resource 72, but nobody's gone that way. And nobody has seemingly given any care of that position since then. EE1D will miss. Youngkin should not move, and as it dissipates, they will not move. So their position has not been noted. The drone, they don't clear it, so they think it's clear. Youngkin could find the sneakiest of kills into a Dokebi, who's just going to be caught out. They'll shoot a beeper. With the way their crosshairs placed, they seemingly are aware, but it comes down to timing. Flash will miss. Oh, they saw him, though. It comes down to the shots, and it will be landed for Cancer Crab. But in the meantime, .K win 2 separate fights over towards Laundry, and 2 other players are seen in the same process. This is a very dangerous game that the Broke Boys are playing.
And those yokai drones are providing excellent information. I mean, Silo can just tell their team exactly where to free fire. And Velfate will do just that, acting off of the Sonic Blast to get a pick. And Delicate as well takes down Crancer Crab. Last member easily spotted out as this yokai drone is just doing excellent work to spot their opponents. Velfate and Jactor exchange shots. And Velfate, although ending up on the worst end, will just heal themselves back up to full and over max HP as Jactor, with 10 seconds left, has to walk through a door facing a yokai drone, 4 guns trained at them, and a Toxic Babe canister, which will finish off the job after the Mossberg does a good chunk of the health. The Toxic Babe finishes him off. We're tied at 4 apiece.
You know, my favorite thing about the disorientation that the yokai blast ends up doing is it not only takes away some vision, so there's discoloration in your view, so you don't know when you're walking into the smoke babe, but there's also the sound being removed, where you basically can't hear anything. So even if you're taking damage, which usually you'd hear yourself just make odd grunts, taking about 16 damage every second, you can't hear that when your yokai's done. So you die to it without knowing you're dying to it. It's like being mind control, just not movement, just knowledge, I suppose. Odd, but still applicable. .K will pick up a second consecutive. We're drawn at 4 apiece, and they will make the decision to go kitchen dining. Now, usually this is the call in Europe, but here in North America, not even in my ranked games, it's meeting kitchen, assuming the rare occasion where I win both of my first 2 defenses on Oregon, because, you know, that doesn't happen. But when it happens, it's usually meeting kitchen, not kitchen dining. Oh, no.
All I'm saying is, kitchen dining is, yo.
5 seconds left.
Unfortunately,
Jactor.
though, with a crash, we will have to rehost the lobby.
Yep.
And take a snapshot of where we are at this point in time. 4-4, tied match. Site has to be kitchen dining, and the players have to pick the same operators that they did that last round.
We didn't get to action phase, so they don't.
On the attack, they don't, but the defense has to.
Yeah, the defense usually has to pick the same site, but because of attacker repick, a lot of rulebooks actually make it so you don't have to pick the same ops, and sometimes
about
you don't have to
defending
pick the
ops
same
though. I'm pretty sure defending ops still has to stay the same. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure those have to stay the same. Attacking ops can change because it was called before the attacker repick phase ended. So that's the clarification there on the rulebook. At least to my memory, we'll make sure that our sources confirm the same. But that being said, dorms locked, basement locked, dining and kitchen, certainly an interesting site to go to, but I'm excited to see it because I think that that top small tower defense can be really, really strong, especially against a team that might struggle against it, especially that in the name of Broke Boys, who kind of not looking great on their attacks. They just look a little scatterbrained on everything happening.
It's a combination of discombobulation and just, we'll say, mistimed communication. Miscommunication, I don't think, is the accurate way of phrasing that, but it's mistimed communication that's really costing them. You want to try and force yourself in at about the same time. Everybody presses go. on the same notion, but here we don't see that be the case. So what we're going to do to at least sort out the rules side of things, we're going to take a break, make sure we clarify with the TOs, don't try and guess work, because this is a fairly important game for a couple of these teams. Oregon's a big map in this best of 3. Who takes the lead? When we come back, we'll find out. It's 4-4 when we return. What site operators and maybe even attacking operators will soon find out. Rulebook has been read. Everybody's rejoined the lobby. We've gotten round history ready to go. But before we get things underway, a quick clarification, just to make sure we're all on the same page before we get things back into the game. Number one, I'm time delay. That right there's clips. Number two, according to the rulebook that we were playing by, and according to the global rulebook that it was based off of, the way in which a round has to restart after a rehost, should it have been started or restarted before the attacker repick phase had closed, you have to pick the same defender site and the same defensive operators. No, the same people don't have to pick the same operators, but all 5 operators have to be picked as the same. They don't have to set up the site the same way. They don't have to do anything in a mandated direction other than site and operators. The attackers can repick to any operators they want. They can spawn in any position they'd like. The only restriction is site and operators. Now that we have that out of the way, we're about to get into round number 9. It's 4-4 and an even game thus far through Oregon. And Mason, I have to say, it's a pretty good game of Oregon, all things considered. Yay! They listen to us. Shout out high school kid. This usually doesn't work. This doesn't even work with college kids, by the way. That's a really good point. They'd argue with us for like an hour.
Attackers need to locate and
Source.
defuse as
That's
many
actually
bombs as
happened.
they can.
Yay, .K!
Bomb located by attackers.
Deployed.
Wait, hold up. Mason, what was the way your teacher got your attention? You just said like 1, 2, 3 eyes on me, 1, 2 eyes on you. Was that the way?
5 seconds left.
We had one where it was okay. Well, I mean, yeah, but like in elementary school, we had a long-term sub that would say Red Robin, and then everybody would respond Yum. It was great.
Speed up and running.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's like.
Deploying Selma.
Huh?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Deploying a drone.
Casting is active. Grenade thrown.
Attackers diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, but no smokes available, at least none active. The EMP not landing in any case, and they don't what? They don't run the IQ properly. Voodoo Magic cleared out those cameras earlier, and yet they don't look for any echo cameras. Your Dead finds 2 with the M249 from distance, I might add. The G8 on the IQ didn't clear out that utility. Finally, the Gridlock does. But the diffuser denied, and because Resource was forced to stand up off of that Echo stun, you have the Montaigne dead, and a very awkward round now as it stands. Your Dead should be able to get this diffuser down. Nobody can do anything about it. There's an angle onto that position. The bomb chassis is safe from kitchen, and there's nobody in small tower to play those vertical angles. So as of right now, things look good for Broke Boys. This would be the first attacking round they've won thus far. But the one problem they run into is they're not immediately going for those shots. And the default camera, you can see pinging off those yellow pings for information, just the shots not being landed. Diffuser will go down, albeit in an unsafe position, it'll go down nonetheless. And that 40-second timer now goes against the defense. The one problem that you're seeing here for .K is they are running a heck of a lot of electronic base operators. Now, I would be surprised if the IQ is swapped off of. So for the time being, let's presume it's going to be stuck, just for my own sanity and because I really want to make a point here. Number one, Vigil's ability can be seen if it is active. If it's inactive, it cannot be seen. But if it's active, like it is right now, it can be seen by the IQ scanner. Echo drones, same thing. If they're active, can be seen. If not, not the case. Valkyrie drones, same thing. Cade claws, I mean, by default, they're either active or they're shot, so they can be seen. So these may not be as impactful as they would be otherwise, especially considering how wide of a berth those IQ scanners get. It really doesn't take that much to shoot the second part, but it does kind of telegraph where you're throwing it. There we go. 7 times the charm. That should land. We'll see if it does get today, but it should lock in. Well, maybe? Yeah, it does. Not in comp settings. Imagine somebody did. Oh, he missed. Oh, he missed. Me when I hit the weight room one too many times a week. You seen how buff Cade is? Like, oh, and they swap off the other one. Oh no. I don't hate that decision. It does become a little bit more difficult for the IQ to try and deal with should they actually try and telegraph it. We see the Maverick be used in... This is a near Pro League strat, I might add. This is nothing to be used in your default ranked games. It is telegraphed, and Velfate may be able to have a free shot onto the Maverick should they see the elbow. There's a damage, there's a down. There should be the kill, but you have to move! Your dead has the cover and the kill. That is their 5th kill since the rehost, I might add, just into the previous round. They have the refrag, a C4 takes out their own camera, that's ironic, and you have the living Maverick, of which they should not be. Delicate, still sitting inside of Armory, but they could be cleared by an IQ, should that camera be cleared as well. But this is a very awkward round, and there's still 90 seconds left in it.
Track stingers out! Beat my soul shredded.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh. What?
Seconds left.
FBI on FBI action to close out the round in a chaotic and questionable way for the Broke Boys to play that. You have to say, number one, where's the communication? I was talking about this earlier. It wasn't miscommunication, it was mistimed communication. That was just miscommunication. Plain and simple. How in the world does that happen? Number two, when you're walking away from that position, you have to question, number one, where'd you get shot from? If you answer that question, number two, why is it not being communicated to your team? And if it is, why is your team not actually looking in that general direction? How the Montaigne just runs right by the center of sight, I might add, not worrying about where their teammate was just shot from, is beyond me. Now, yes, Broke Boys win the round, but some of these intricacies will very much cost you into a grand final, especially when you're playing up against a team that could be Paraphernalia. I'm going to ask you, Mason. I'm not sure if you're aware. Do you have the bracket up? Did Paraphernalia win that game? That game has to be over now,
yes,
right?
Paraphernalia did win, and by the way, I realized that I was muted in our little production call, so no one was hearing me for the past 2 rounds. So I apologize about the technical issues that plagued. That is tragic. But we've got it fixed. We've got it fixed. It takes some time. There's a 3-minute delay on the stream, so when we start to see it like pop up in the chat, then we realize, oh yeah, someone's muted. Funny enough. So we've got that fixed. We've got that adjusted. But yes, Paraphernalia took down Rockefeller Rooks 7-4 in the quarterfinal match. And now we're taking on John Rainbow Squad. That game's been going on for at least a little bit now, and hopefully maybe after that rehost we had is caught up, and we'll see that grand final not have too much of a layover in time between the maps should both games finish in time here in semifinals. But Broke Boys have an opportunity to end map number 1, get a nice little break, and then hop in a clubhouse and potentially win in a 2-0 fashion if they're able to do that fast enough and get themselves a nice little break, just a bit of a brain break, right, to cool off, maybe eat some dinner or some food. It's obviously a little bit later over there on the East Coast with where the event is happening. So you could see Broke Boys just take some time and then potentially find themselves back in grand finals should they win 2-0.
Your dad has a gross angle here. This is fairly common for Pro League players if they know about it. Resource, for some reason, just unsheaths their shield and dies for, again, no particular reason. And your dad, I believe, has been seen. No, they haven't. Oh, Kluter gives it away. And a 1-for-1 trade is there, but the Clash is still alive. Diffuser's in their line of sight, and there is nobody with utility that could clear this out other than, I'm going to say maybe the flashes of Jactor if they land properly. The nade would remove the shield from direct visibility, but that's about it. Cancer Crab, oh no, they had the lineup, but Yunkin moved. Good situational awareness from them to at least move their position away. They do so successfully, and Your Dead actually grabbed the diffuser off the back of that nade. So, all in all, fairly even as things stand.
Even maybe, but down a member is the attack of Broke Boys on this very, very difficult to attack bomb site of the basement. 60 seconds left to play. It seems like .K are realizing that Broke Boys have rotated their attack over towards Freezer and main stairs as Jackers made their way deep inside of Freezer and Voodoo Magic to follow closely by. You're Dead trying to take these long angle engagements, but has taken a little bit of chip damage themselves and will really have to piggyback off of this Freezer push. See if they can't get themselves inserted into the bomb site and have a chance at winning this round by getting that diffuser down on the ground.
Oh, Yunkin's reposition. They had a perfect way to play it. The problem is they lose their drop and their sense of surprise, we'll say. They did have a Grishmont mine go off in the freezers. They would have had the kill, but Jactor actually receives themselves from that position and finds the kill at the back of it. Delicate repositions, though. It wasn't seen by Your Dead, who is very much dead now. And in the 2 versus 3, it's time that could very well become a factor. Flash is available. It'll go through. They should not have full vision on that side. As Jactor just goes sprinting by, I don't know if they were seen. They now are by Delicate in the 1 versus 2. Just no way to win it at the end of the day for the IQ. Valiant effort on the attacking side, but nowhere close for Broke Boys. It was just the 6th man, the time, that gets the better of them. We will see a 12th round here on Oregon.
The Clash play in the end works perfectly. Time wasted enough. And I think that the Clash pick was excellent chosen there by .A because the Monty dying early on from Broke Boys really set them up for failure for the rest of that round, and being in a 3 versus 5 or 3 versus 4 situation with the Clash up certainly makes that task very, very tough, especially in that basement bomb site. So .K get themselves 1 round closer. They have to go back to Kids Dorms and Dorms Main Hall, though, where they did fail previously on their most recent attempt of defense here, so hopefully they're able to make the adjustments necessary to force overtime here on Oregon in map number 1.
I think OT is very much reality here. .K have shown at least promise on the top floor. Yeah, it hasn't been great. Let's not beat around the bush here. It hasn't been great. But remember, they won back in, it was round number 7, first round of the second half to make it 4-3. And then they made it at least somewhat close back on round 10. This is by no means a round in which they are out of the question. They're already counted out. But they have had some problems, and Broke Boys have been a very good team at adjusting their playstyle properly, especially since the rehost. .K may not have that same promise. This time, the Electroclaw outside lands properly. The one inside of Master Bedroom should be seen should the IQ, I don't know, activate their gadget one time. But, I mean, last time camera that was sitting inside Master wasn't cleared a single time. So that's to be determined.
Well, in theory, Voodoo Magic should be able to identify these yokai drones, although they've struggled a little bit in this match to do so. Hopefully they're able to identify them and leverage Broke Boys' this attacking win, which could guarantee themselves the first map win in this best of 3 series. We know that .K are pretty solid on Clubhouse. They won it yesterday. One of the group stage matches that we were fortunately able to stream and catch the action on. It was close for .K, but they were able to get the win. So this is definitely a map that Broke Boys have got to get under their feet. They've got to find a way to win this map. That way, should .K have an excellent performance just as they did yesterday, they can at least feel confident, and that's a great way to start off as Broke Boys Cancer Crab gets the opening kill onto Youngkin. Silo position downstairs is puzzling, as the Echo really can't help their team in this position, and Velfate has dropped off now as well, leaving that site very vulnerable to a swift attack, which seems to be underway.
The Velfate was kind of forced to drop the hatch there because of where they were in attic. Silo's disjointed. Delicate's in the far corner of dorms. Silly Cluter's playing the exact same position we saw them do so last time. Inside of games, just waiting for someone to either walk through or think it's fully clear. This time, a C4 is wielded, but they're giving up attic for it. C4 thrown, it should miss, and it does, and their position has certainly been noted. Flash around the corner misses, second opportunity will still be there for the trade, so it goes 1 for 1. Delicate dies in the far corner, and Silo, yes, they have the yokais available, but the diffuser's going down regardless. And even with that flank going up the main armory stairs, do they get any payload from it? That's the real question. They find one, they should be noted, and they are. Second kill just narrowly escapes their grasp, and with 35 seconds on that defuse, this could be the beginning of the end.
And there's just not much that can be done here by the .K defenders. Velfate and Silo trying desperately to retake and extend this map into overtime, but 20 seconds left to hop on that counter defuse, and there's just no one around.
What?
Voodoo Magic fighting to kill into Silo. Somehow Velfate has inserted himself into the middle of
What?
the site. You're looking at the player in pit,
way.
but can't find the kill. And in the end, it was close. .K nearly brought the map back into overtime, but they weren't able to get the job done as Broke Boys take map number 1 in our best of 3 series for semifinals.
So it was 4-4 into the rehost, and from then on, it was 3-1 to close out the game for Broke Boys. They'll take Oregon. We'll go to Clubhouse, where .K eat. But by no means were they feasting in game number 1. It was a much more difficult prospect for them. The second half, it looked good from the start, or at least it looked good at the start, but after the start, it didn't. And they just have to see if they can redeem themselves into Clubhouse. It's a map, again, they've played before. This is not an uncommon position for them to be in, but it's still one they need to pick up going into map 2.
Could they be at the disadvantage as well? That's something also to note. One team has played Clubhouse on stream. One team we haven't seen Clubhouse played at all.
We saw 15 rounds of them on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
a
like it was a
lot of
little bit of
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. It was a lot of Clubhouse, exactly as Dan mentioned. So .K, they've certainly got a tall task in order to extend to map number 3, where we'll see Chalet for the first time on stream in this one-off tournament, potentially. But we'd have to see .K end themselves with a win on Clubhouse, forcing that 3rd map. We'll find out in just a few minutes if that'll be the case, or will Broke Boys find themselves in the grand finals against the winner of John Rainbow Squad and Paraphernalia. We'll see you all in just a few.
Game 1 done dusted down the drain. Oregon goes the way of Broke Boys. They just narrowly sneak by in 7-5 fashion. They stay alive, and they keep themselves, at least create themselves, a lead here in the best-of-3 series. I'm time to light that right there as Clips. We're into the semifinals of VESL's one-off for Rainbow Six, and Broke Boys have the lead. At least for the time being, they're up 1-0.
Winning map 1 of Oregon. I don't know whose pick it was. Do you know whose pick it was by chance, Dan? No idea.
We weren't
We'll
told.
guess.
We were just told
who
what the maps
started-
were.
Who started on defense? Broke Boys started on attack. So let's assume that if they started on attack, they were probably attacking their opponents.
Dot K
Or
start
that was
attack
probably their
for
own
both Oregon and Clubhouse. So
Oh. And I don't know. At that point, I don't know who picked what. Doesn't really matter. Pretty default maps, so there's no real advantage hidden throughout. Oregon being map 1, very close match, 7-5. If it's indicative of anything, it'll probably be a close map 2 of Clubhouse. And should we go all the way to Chalet for map number 3, you could expect
I want to see
the same
Chalet.
for a whole long series. Dan, don't lie to us.
I do. I actually want to see Chalet.
Maybe
I
we'll
haven't
see
seen
it
Chalet.
at Grand
We've seen
Finals.
We've seen Border twice. We've seen Oregon twice. We'll see Clubhouse a second time right now. We've seen the same 3 maps on 2 separate occasions each. Hopefully that changes here up into the next map. It can't change here. We don't have a choice. While we have a second before we hop into the game, don't forget, follow us on social media. We've got long form content on YouTube. We've got short form content on both YouTube and TikTok. Streams on Twitch. We've got Twitter posts and X posts to make sure that you keep up with all the events going across the world, or the North Carolina high school esports scene, and same with Instagram. But that's enough of that. Into the game. Clubhouse is map 2. Broke Boys won Oregon 7-5 and have themselves a 1-0 lead. However, Oregon was still close, and Broke Boys' defense could collapse very easily. It kind of did last time before it found a resurgence.
Jackal, first band, pretty standard, typical for Clubhouse, right? You're expecting those long, very distant roams to be underway. Glaz, very atypical for any band at all ever, but I guess if it worked last game, maybe it can work again. Fortunately for .K, it didn't get them too far. They only were able to win a couple of their defenses and not enough to extend themselves throughout the series. Glaz is off the board. Fenrir also banned now as our first defender. Sticking very, very close, if not the exact same,
It is.
as we were back on Oregon.
It is the exact same. If we are keeping up similarities, Frost would be banned here. I wouldn't be surprised with it being Clubhouse. We saw .K play this yesterday. They played Frost on a fair few occasions. I wouldn't put it past him. That I would have never guessed. You could have given me like 40 operators to guess. Cav would have been like 53rd. There's no way you ban Cav on.
And there might be a math
Club.
teacher watching, and that math is not math.
Well, yeah,
like
but
we need a
if you gave me 40 guesses,
Pause. There we go.
yeah.
Okay.
So if you gave me 40 guesses, that would, the simulation would have been, if I had like infinite guesses, that would have been like 53rd. I never would have guessed that in the top 40. Vigil would have been above that.
Yeah.
Math
Vigil
teachers are
can be
understanding,
a somewhat expected.
I guess.
We're getting mixed signals. It is truthfully high schoolers playing this game. You're getting mixed signals from them. You can't tell if they're ready or not ready for this match to begin underway. But unfortunately, we're waiting for one more player to return from what is a little bit more of an extended break than maybe we were expecting. But it's getting late. It's getting near these players' bedtimes, if any of them have that. in
Near
order.
my bedtime.
It is. I feel like it's already past my bedtime, and it's like 5:40 where I live.
It's past our observer's bedtime. They've got work at 2 in the morning. 2
That's tough.
Pacific, but 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, maybe it'll be after school detention for Cancer Crab, who's not returned
Honestly.
on time. Can we make that? Could that be a punishment that you could have? You could
if
actually
you
like
if you
for a
show
player
up
showing
late.
up late, they get detention.
I mean, I don't think the extent of the punishments that we got for showing up late to traditional sports was just not being able to like play in the following game. So if you show up late, you don't get to play in the following game. But I don't think they have any subs because these are like one-off tournaments. So, apparently somebody needed to go to the bathroom. We'll see that. Okay. While we have a second, John Rainbow Squad has beaten Paraphernalia in map 1 of that series, 7-3. So that's notable to say the very least. Paraphernalia is down early. And I mean, as we head into this game, oh no.
Oh no. Well, this is unfortunate. We've had a game crash. I can see the excitement, the thrill over on Dan's face, but as he mentioned, John Rainbow Squad winning map number 1 and the best of 3 happening off stream, the other semifinal over Paraphernalia. Now, hopefully we can get the players back in the lobby rather soon. I don't know where Dan ran off to. Oh, there he is. He was so thrilled and excited that he had to completely run off that energy. As you can tell, we've got a lot of energy.
I took a lap.
Because you took a lap? Did you do a Max Verstappen lap, or did you do like a pure?
No, I ran into the side of my air hockey table. I did a Lance Stroll lap.
Is your air hockey table named Ricardo?
I have named it Daniel.
I mean, your name is Daniel, technically. So, is there a similarity? Potentially. There could potentially be a similarity between the two, but we'll wait for these teams to find themselves back into the lobby. Make sure you do register now at VESL.gg. It is a very, very cool website. I'm not going to lie. I got to check it out for the first time myself just before this broadcast when I checked out the VESL site. It is very, very, very cool. As you'll see, again, here on Clubhouse.k, taking the attacking side against Broke Boys. We'll be defending, get 6 rounds, and then we'll get a nice little swap between the two.
So I would love to see if, hopefully, I'm going to say hopefully, we get into this game in the next couple minutes, which we should. Everybody's already getting back into the game, so hopefully there's a start. They have a decent opening into the game where, they being .k, sorry, let me specify. They have a decent opening into the game where they don't have to worry about those late rounds because we've seen them with comeback potential. Just yesterday against Paraphernalia, they were down 5-0, they were down 6-2, they ended up winning 8-7. And yet here, going into this one, they had a problem with the second half of that comeback. They were down 4-2, they brought it back to 4-4, and then their momentum just got hindered because of a disconnect, and it kind of broke what was a fairly decent comeback setup. Now, going into Clubhouse, they need to come back in the series before they even have to worry about coming back in the map. And, I mean, if they're going to do it, Clubhouse is a pretty good map to do it. They've done it before, but I'm still very concerned because they're playing up against a team that has all 5 members, and it's a team that has shown very good promise thus far today.
Well, we'll have to see once we get back, excuse me, into the lobby here of Clubhouse. Broke Boys and .k, again, unfortunately plagued by a good lobby crash right on time. Like, we had all that time where we were paused, waiting to get in the lobby, waiting for that player to come back. And then the game crashes. I mean, it could be Rainbow Sixe Siege more so in a nutshell. You know, we'll throw the graphics again back up to make sure you check out our socials. Instagram, X, YouTube, where we're at right now, live. You got Twitch, TikTok. A lot of the lucrative norms.
So, I have some good news and some bad news. Good news is we have most of the players in. Bad news is one of the players is restarting the game. So, it'll take a second. I think going into this Clubhouse, it's going to be very awkward for a couple of these players because some of them have been fairly comfortable with how they've played through Oregon, but we had like 10 minutes in between us going live or us going to a break and us going back live. We've had the tech issue thus far. It's been a problem. I mean, maybe for some individuals, but you never know.
Well, hopefully we don't get tech issues for too much longer. At least hopefully that's the case. It seems like that we've got enough time for the other game that's off stream to catch up to us now. As John Rainbow Squad again beat Paraphernalia earlier on, but as we wait for these teams and players to get back in the lobby, let's dive a little bit more into Clubhouse. Right, it's a map that you might expect that 3-3 half again, especially for the defensive side.
Probably.
But the attack is where it's important. Now, with the bans being what they are, assuming that they'll stay the same, the Jackal, again, kind of that expected ban, right? You expect to not see a Jackal very prevalent on Clubhouse because there are a lot of lucrative roam strategies built off of the defensive side. Glaz being off the board, that eliminates a lot of those smoke plants, right? Maybe you're trying to walk through a dirt tunnel on a basement execute, or trying to walk through the main breach on CCTV. Maybe even contested garage, because I've seen people throw smoke at the garage door and contest rafters for the CCTV site. Who knows what the choice will be?
I'm also saying, what are some of these decisions in terms of bans? The Fenrir isn't abnormal, the Jackal as well. But, I mean, seeing the Glaz removed again, I don't really see that vision, considering it's Clubhouse. If this was back on Border, I'd say absolutely. Glaz makes perfect sense, because both teams, we saw this yesterday from the opposite side of Broke Boys, where they would play that Glaz threat on the same wall, and we saw it earlier today, where .K did the exact same thing. This is not abnormal for either of these teams. The one problem is, there are not angles like that, at least not as prevalent. Maybe outside the main balcony on CCTV, you could play that highway if you're really getting into it, but it just doesn't track as much as compared to something like what, well, we just saw on Border. I would be very surprised if the Cav ban has all that much impact. I mean, I'm scrolling through yesterday's game for .K. If I remember correctly, they played Cav maybe once in that second half, and it really wasn't all that impactful. I was the whole touting, oh yeah, Cav could be the biggest pick, or it could be the Achilles heel, and then it did nothing. They started round 13. Yeah, they did not play Cav a single time in Clubhouse. Nor did they play Cav, I think, any more than once on Border earlier. So it's not like
played
this
Cav
is
the once. And the Cav had big impact.
True.
Irrigation, down outside. I mean, who's to say that, I don't know, maybe Broke Boys didn't see that VOD earlier, and maybe didn't counter-strap by banning out that Cav because they knew that Cav was the win condition in at least one of those rounds. Not the way I would particularly go about it. There's a lot more operators that are very, very, very irritating to deal with as an attacker on Clubhouse, and I would rather get rid of anybody but Cav because I don't expect to play Cav very often, and if I do, typically she just isn't very potent and effective. You've banned out the only one of the only operators that she really counters, which is the Jackal, right? And then the other side you ban out, and then the Cav goes away as well. So I don't know, just doesn't make sense to me as a proper operator ban, but we'll have to figure out exactly what that Cav ban entails and what strategies are brought by these two teams, because we're still plagued by technical issues. So once we get ourselves back into the lobby and fully set up, we'll bring you all map number 2 of this best of 3 in semifinals for the one-off tournament here at VESL.
Aha! Just kidding. That was the plan all along. We just wanted to curse it so they'd rejoin the game. Literally, as soon as Mason says, oh yeah, we'll see in a few minutes, maybe 2 seconds later, player joins the game. So, we're going into Clubhouse for the second time. Operator bans have already been done. We won't do them as a formality, and they're in the correct order. As you see them, they happened. It was Jackal banned out first by Broke Boys, Cav banned last by Broke Boys, and in between, .K banned out the Glaz and the Fenrir. Notably, as mentioned earlier, the operators are not locked in because the aforementioned disconnect happened as loading into the game, not as they were already in the prep phase or in the action phase. So they are not restricted to any site or operators. I think they're still keeping over a couple of the operators. I'll check on that in a second. They may even be keeping over the site, but it's not like playing CCTV cache first is abnormal for teams, especially at this level.
And most teams typically prefer basement, church, arsenal, and gym bedroom nowadays, but CCTV still isn't fully uncommon territory, especially as you mentioned at this level of play. It's very comfortable in that mid-level of rank.
10 seconds to go.
Where
Attackers
teams
have
often
located a bomb.
have most of the players probably
5
conglomerate
seconds to go.
after, after good old high school team rank sesh.
So, notably enough, I was talking about the swaps, or the lack thereof, required for Broke Boys. They keep over the Rook, they keep over the Castle, the Vigil, and the Azami, but they swap the Bandit onto the Jaeger. And that matters because you have Impact EMPs on Velfate, you have EMPs on, well, Thatcher, and you're still running that Thermite singular. So it's not like you're prepping for 5 walls to be reinforced and electrified. You were prepping for that Bandit, and it's just not here. So that's a couple operators you could have otherwise swapped that you don't have to here.
Well, the Osa Velfat should be a very good operator here to place those Talon shields out on that balcony once it's been opened up by the Thermite. Now, barricading off this window, it helps the garage player with a little bit of pressure, but it also subvertly puts more pressure against them because they can't really play as deep as they want. They get down outside. I don't know if that was from the main breach or if that was from the player contesting in garage door, but Thermite is just doing serious damage. It's the Thatcher actually.
Wait, what?
Silly Cluter taking down Silly Cluter, but Cancer Crab has revived himself in rafters and found 2 huge kills.
What?
Silo eventually punishes that player, but Jactor gets one back, keeping Broke Boys with the advantage somehow in this round. Broke Boys come out on top, even with quite an interesting defensive strategy. These castle barricades, I can't disagree more with them. The only reason being is you're cutting off this exact line of sight. This exact reason why you don't put the castle barricade here, because Velfate can just plant the diffuser right under your nose, and there's nothing you can do about it should the coverage be good enough by the Thermite of Youngkin. Now, Jactor could impact this barricade.
What?
But they have no idea
Hello?
that the diffuser's gone down, and now an easy post plant is underway, and Velfate even gets one on their own as they escape to the inside, getting the Jaeger killed and down. You're dead, missing the impact.
What? He missed! He
Gets
jumped
the
off!
down onto Youngkin, who falls off the roof!
What?
It couldn't be more tragic for the attack, but Velfate steps up to put the diffuser down and find the last 3 kills of the round. Is this an opening round win for .K?
Okay, couple things. Thermite falling off is disastrous and honestly hilarious.
There's more than a couple, Dan. There's more than a couple.
Yeah, Young Kid says, Casters, you should flame me for that. I am so sorry. Okay, I'm going to do that just to start. He just fell off, okay? There's no beating around the bush. Young Kid just missed a rappel and fell off the map. Hilarious, funny, feels bad, man. But we'll discount that for a second. Broke Boys, with a Talon shield in front of them, and a known known Osa sitting outside. How do you not try and go for the impact onto that Talon shield? You know the Osa's outside. You saw the Talon shield earlier with a different player. You should be going for the impact because you still had 3 of them. The Vigil still had 1. Rook still had both of his. There's no reason to not go and try and impact the Talon shield and then take a straight up fight. But now, .K have a free round off the back of it, despite the fact that Youngkin, I don't know, can't walk properly. And Broke Boys, it was a round you were virtually gifted. The smoke was both ironically a help and a hurt to you because you didn't see the Osa outside. What was a drastically missed smoke ended up helping you on the .K side. And they win the round. And Youngkin jumps off the map. I'm just going to say it one more time because he told us we can make fun of him. So.
He jumped off because he knew his teammate had it.
That is confidence right there.
Same.
Honestly, that's a great way of putting it.
Yeah.
I'm so confident
That's
my
like,
teammate, I will jump off.
That's like when I drop 2 kills and someone drops 20 kills and I say, hey, we're combining for 22. Go us.
That's happened with you and me a couple times, Mason.
Yeah, the other way around, maybe, where you're dropping 2 and I'm dropping 20, but sure.
2 deaths,
we'll
maybe.
That. Okay, this guy's funny. Can't die 20 times in a Siege game unless it's infinite overtime.
We exclusively play infinite overtime in 10-mans, actually. You would know if you played in good games.
Is that so? Interesting, Dan. considering my Wikipedia winnings are a lot more than yours. They're actually infinitely more than yours. Haha.
Actually,
It's a
technically
crowd.
0. Infinite times 0 is still 0, bud. What? He's
is
running
happening?
away? He's playing on the
Another
Ion and he wins the
shorty!
fight!
No! Oh, Cancer Crab. You can't lose that battle, my friend. Thankfully, Youngkin demonstrates that 4 pellets are plenty enough to get the hatch opened up, and the armory hatch has now been opened.
Good Hibana.
Jacker
Good
sits
Hibana.
right underneath. Nearly
Good Hibana.
facing treachery as flashbangs will go through, but the target zaps him up. Jacker still sits under armory with no vertical play until now. Silly Cluter forces the Jaeger out, who just dances ever so close near under that hatch. Vel Fate finds a kill under resource, and the castle has now been brought to their knees. Jacker goes for the swing,
timing.
but they've been caught out from the hatch. Silly Cluter getting that kill. .K 2 for 2 potentially on their attacks. The Capital bolts begin to block off those lines of sight. That diffuser should easily be planted here until it's not, and now it eventually is. You're dead finding one, but they'd have to find the rest in an ace clutch to win this round.
This would be a heroic play to understate the obvious. Mark 14 finds a second. Unfortunately, their position now duly noted. I believe there's still a player in blue as well. X-Ray Vision helping at least me out on that one. Velfate will find the final shot from the backside of the shelf. Nice shot as well. I did really think that Velfate was firebolting themselves off, but it was an observer bug because Rainbow Sixe.exe has stopped working. Despite it, .K win a second round, no exuding confidence required in teammates via jumping off the map or jumping off the top of buildings. And Broke Boys, that defense just did not seem to be as put together. The Legion losing themselves over towards Strip makes things much more difficult, and Broke Boys, they were on an island, to understate the obvious.
Personally, I just state a personal opinion.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
Let me hear it.
my opinion here
Okay.
is if Resource 72 just did not play Castle on either of those two bomb sites, there would be more angles open up, there would be more rotation ability for the defense to be able to work themselves around. You've also got now the Castle brought again, but this is a site that Castle is actually used for. Put those Castle barricades on maybe the con window, gym window, and even put it in between gym and jacuzzi wall.
Yeah.
Exactly where Resource is looking to put one of his barricades. Now, that helps to aid the bandit in getting those bandit wires down and successfully performing a bandit trick, right?
Yeah.
Thing is, I've seen a lot of these castle barricades go on doors in between bomb sites, in between lines of sites that are extremely important to make sure that you have open so that as a defender you can successfully rotate around. And also, it gives actually more protection to the attackers than it does the defenders.
Yep.
Now, this is a good castle barricade yet again on the catch door, but instead he decides to go over towards top red, which I don't know why there's a barricade there, because there's no reinforcements over there on that side of the map. There's no need to barricade that off. There's no barricade on the gym window, barricade on the con window. So still very questionable. The defensive strategies brought out by Broke Boys just do not seem to be the ones that I would personally pick to get the job done here on Clubhouse. Now, Mira, an excellent operator to bring, but one thing to note, you typically want to place those black mirrors on the preferred side of the soft wall so that you can easily pre-fire your opponent. You see how this black mirror here inside a bathroom that Voodoo Magic is attached to is on the far right of the wall. If it's on the far left, it allows it to be an easier pre-fire as you shoot through that one-way mirror against your opponents. Just makes life a little bit more simple when you're going for those kills.
Also makes it more consistent. You don't have to spend as much time switching between them. It's not as a telegraphed of a play. It's really down to timing in a lot of those fronts, and some of these are very nitpicky, yes, but a lot of them will change the way you play how that round ends up. Now, at this point, with that castle barricade between gym and jacuzzi, you could very well just see a jump in towards gym fairly easily. This Thatcher outside of the black mirror, it does get meleeed, so Voodoo Magic has no extra information. That's a good play, but you have to wonder, does .K take full advantage of this? Now would be a great time for them to just jump in. C4's been thrown, it misses. For the spray from Silo, nobody worried about logistics, at least not at that point. There is a trade. So yes, your dead wins that second fight, but it's not early enough. And Broke Boys seemingly are so comfortable on this round where .K, they've been forced we'll say, out of position, especially after that follow-up kill. I thought Dake had all the advantages. Your Dead says absolutely not.
Attackers recovered
Your
the
Dead
diffuser.
has that mirror facing into the gold rotate. Watching those players that have dropped in through Logi, so Silo will probably have to rotate in through construction as Your Dead looks to force the issue on their own and actually walks into construction. They get dusted by the Ash.
Oh.
Excellent headshot and read by Silo. And now the last member alive is Voodoo. Magic prone to inside a bathroom. Time ticking against the attackers, but .K so absolutely have the advantage. They've got 2 asphyxiating bolts in their pocket should they choose to use them, and they will. Velfate cutting off the rotate. Now the Mute can't even walk through without taking a huge licking of damage. The diffuser being able to get planted and will successfully hit the ground. Voodoo Magic looking to go for that swing, but another flame bolt again denying that entry as now post plant underway. Velfate up to the roof, and Silo probably to follow soon after to play these deep positions
Defenders
on the
have
gym
eyes
window.
on the
The upside down
diffuser.
repel
Attackers need to
can be
protect
so deadly here, especially in Rainbow Six Siege. No one tempting it, but if Voodoo Magic had a C4,
Oh, I was
that
thinking the
bomb
same
could
thing.
drop down the hatch. But
This
he
is why you
doesn't
run
have the
shotgun.
shotgun. He doesn't have an SMG-11. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, if you have the diffuser and you shoot open the hatch, if it's planned out on a hatch, you shoot it, it technically falls out of the bomb site, therefore rendering it useless and no longer active, which would win the round for the defense. Imagine if we saw that. That would have been like... That would have just put the nail in the coffin. That would have put the cap on this event thus far for us.
I have never seen that in a competitive game. I've seen it run in ranked. I've seen it happen on like TikToks and YouTube videos of like comedies of errors. I have never actually seen that in a competitive game. Very rarely will you see people plant on top of the hatch, except for when the hatch is reinforced, because then the defense doesn't have utility to break it. But here,
Which you do.
imagine if the defense had hard breach utility. That would be a very awkward way of playing like a reinforcement between sites. I don't know. It's
Attackers have
apples
located
and
a
oranges,
bomb.
I guess. So you're running no castle this time around, so there's going to be improvements on that front. Your Dead's on the
Yay.
Vigil, which we've seen many times before, successfully, I might add. But this is not an uncommon position for Broke Boys to be in. I'll remind you, they lost the first 2 rounds
10 seconds left
of the
before
second half of Oregon when they were on the defense. And then they proceeded to win 3 of the next 4 to win the map. Here, they've lost the first 3, but it's
Attackers
still a
objective
position where they
is
can
to
tie
defuse the
things
bomb.
up.
Well, Broke Boys have... We've seen .K at least be in the position where they have to fight back from being in a pretty hefty deficit. This time they find themselves with 3 attacking wins in a row on Clubhouse. We know their defense is lucrative after watching yesterday where they struggled on the attack and were able to win 5 defenses themselves. But this time around, their attack seems to be really, really solid. I'm gonna get motion sickness watching Your Dead play mini aim lab inside of the bedroom. At least he knows aim lab's free. It's even available in Rainbow Six Siege, shockingly enough.
So, .K running the Thatcher and Impact EMPs this time around, but the mute on the top of it, this should be fairly easy to clear if you're .K. Broke Boys are kind of telegraphing this defense, but Your Dead could be the only real hindrance of it. Does the drone clear the corner? We don't see the activation. No, the drone doesn't clear this properly. I don't know if they're aware the Vigil's playing this position, especially with this kill going on elsewhere. They are going to imagine they redrone that. That would be hilarious. But because of that, Your Dead can just wait here. Hibana should go sprinting by him thinking it's fully clear, and they'd be well within their right to do so if they had more confidence in their own droning. And there's a free droning. There's a free kill. Silo should be the most dead person ever, and they are. So well played from Your Dead, just making sure the bodies stop moving. But with 90 seconds left, or 80 now, .K are still comfortable, and they have a player advantage as well.
Minute 15 left on the clock. Velfate taking an engagement on Rafters with
What?
Cancer Crab, who finds the kill on the Silly Cluter. But
What?
there's still 2 members they gotta fight. You're Dead somehow winning their engagement against Delicate, who's not able
Run
to
out.
stop that flank by the Vigil. Jackster
Claymores.
could run
There's a
out.
Claymore.
Are there any Claymores potentially that could stop Jaeger? There's actually an air jab on the door, as well as Jactor just standing in the doorway, but they're not tempted to walk out due to that air jab. They do a lot of damage to Youngkin, but not enough to clear the thermite as they try to go for that quick peek and nearly find the head of the Azami, but just fall short. No smokes, no grenades, no flashbangs, no utility for the attackers to work off of. It'll just have to be their own intuition and their ability to walk into the site, which they do.
What?
Slip by. Velfate is in the site. Have they been caught out? It doesn't seem as so, and Velfate finds one. It's a Claymore to kill Jactor, the last member alive, stuck inside of rafters. Velfate, though, has to recover the diffuser. Their teammate has hit the deck as well, and they don't swing in time. Finally, Broke Boys get around under their belt at CCTV in cash.
See, it seemed like they knew that there was a Claymore out there as well. The Aerojab could have played an impactful part of that, where they tried to rock out, shoot the Claymore, but as they were doing so, the Aerojab walks out and just absolutely annihilates them. But at this point, .K just kills Broke Boys until they walk into the site all willy-nilly, and then Broke Boys are comfortable to play it. I'm going to be completely honest with you here, Mason. That was a very confusing round. A missed drone onto Vigil. Vigil then walks back and kills the Nomad. Yeah, this has been a real head-scratcher of a map at Clubhouse.
Been a little fun. The last 2 rounds have definitely been a little bit silly Billy.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
That is okay.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Right? That was a mouth.
Say that 3 times fast, please.
Good.
That's a shame.
Let's
10
count it.
seconds to insertion.
It is. Broke Boys go down to the bottom floor again. Rook this time.
Left.
Behind that.
Bandit as well. I'm surprised we're not seeing a Cade here. I'd like to see the Cade, considering .K have really not brought a Thatcher when it's really needed. This kind of being one of those instances. We don't see any pocket EMPs, so it would have been one of the greatest picks we've seen. But Rook is still good to allow them to play aggro. The only problem is, even if they are playing aggro, Voodoo Magic, Resource 72, and Jactor have a combined 1 kill. Their KD combined, I believe, is 0.07. 1 divided by 12. 0.083. That would be their combined KD. It's not great.
It's not very nice.
I mean, on the other side,
Like that.
You're Dead and Cancer Crab have a combined 12 and 7, which is nearly 2.0. But, hey, there's always time for improvement. We've seen Jactor pick it up in big ways earlier.
Okay, math whiz.
Oh. Please hit that.
Those you algebra teachers
Oh.
know that, unfortunately, your dad did not do their geometry. Finding the angle.
That'd be
I'm
trigonometry.
loving these references. I'm loving these references. No geometry.
No, it'd be trigonometry.
Would it be trig? It would be trig.
The angle, maybe,
Yeah,
but the
listen,
angle
this
of attack because of gravity, that's trig. That's it. That's
Okay,
arguably
we-
calculus.
No, we don't need this nerd talk. We don't need any of this. What we do know is that Silly Cloder has hit the ground, is on 20 HP now, but has been revived, thankfully, by one of their teammates inside the kitchen. The issue here for the attack of .K is that there's 2 members still lurking around. One inside a bathroom, one inside a bar, and so far, they've kinda gone
timing.
undetected. Silo, the timing! They nearly spot their opponent in bar, but Jack not even looking the right way. The Vigil isn't able to find the win on the engagement either, but the Rook now comes over to help. Velfate, however, has found a kill elsewhere on a Cancer Crab. This could be a direct site hit. If .K recognize it, and they've taken out another member on site. Finally, Jactor gets one back for their own good, but Delicate's in sight. Only 1 member is back to defend its Voodoo Magic. They have no kills to their name as of this rate yet, with 50 seconds left on the clock and full attacker control of Arsenal.
Wait, but Voodoo Magic has a kill. He drops Delicate inside of blue, and now they can fall back to sight. Voodoo Magic's doing so, but he doesn't clear a highway. Silo finds a freebie. He also shoots the default cam if it means anything. And now you're dead up above. He misses his shots. Oh no, finally a rarity. Flash will go off as your dead drops. He does so to avoid the flash, but 2 players have escaped into dirt. Now there's a drone going in. Of all the times to have it, now is a perfect one. Vigil is not actively clearing dirt while there's 2 players in there, and he wants to, but as soon as he does, he gets clotheslined by a Type 89. 1v3 for Jactor, who's only on his second kill of the game, and .K seemingly have this one on lock. Down to the Rook. He'll revive himself, but it's just a formality. You're back to 20 HP. Oh, no, he missed the revive. You gotta stick it all the way through. Okay. Well, that's anti-tieback.
There were actually 4 bullets in the vest and not 2. I just thought about that. If you were to technically revive yourself like infinitely, or like as long as possible, you could pull out like 2 magazines worth of bullets in your vest.
That'd be interesting.
Someone should do that. Someone should do that to see how many bullets they could pull out of the Rook vest when attempting a revive. That would be it'd be very fun. What if they made a change to like change the timer? So if you like took out the bullets, then all you had to do was like punch yourself in the chest to stand up. That'd be interesting.
It'd be like a sternal rub type of thing.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
It's like it's a first aid thing, Mason.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Dan, I don't know if you know this, but I used to actually be in school to be a doctor. That changed.
They let you be in school to be a doctor?
They did. Big mistake. Big mistake.
I feel like
Actually,
midway through
I
they were
will
like,
say
wait, no, there's no way.
Anatomy
He's-
was one of my favorite classes in high school.
Bomb located
Really?
by attackers.
Yes. I was very
10
good at it.
seconds to go.
And then college came, and I was terrible at it.
That's fair.
I was
okay.
good at the lab, and I was good at like the dissections. I was
Yeah.
terrible at that lecture,
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
especially in college. In high school lecture, I was good because my teacher was really good in high school. Really good. Like,
Okay,
favorite
This is
teacher.
just a PSA to all the high school kids who may be watching this. If you are coasting through high school because you don't really need to study, that was me. And I know you get the whole trope of, oh yeah, you're gonna have to do this, this, and this in college. Actually, pick up some study skills while you can, because I've tried it. I tried it like my first year of college. It just did not work. Just pick up some study skills.
That's why I changed my majors, because
Yeah.
I had no study skills, so I was just horrible at any test. I attempted to say, because
Yeah,
it
you
looks
just walk
like
through dirt. Okay.
Jactor has died to Foul Fate, who walked through dirt.
10-1-1, by the way.
hard bridge gadgets. Yeah, completely like got off the board. Like, we didn't even realize how well Foul Fate was doing. But shout out to Foul Fate for a stellar performance thus far throughout the first half of Clubhouses. .K have extended their lead to 4-1 here on the attacking side of Clubhouse. Very unusual to see that, and wasn't something I would have expected to say after watching .K play on Clubhouse on their attacking side yesterday, but I guess they've made the adjustments necessary to have a very lucrative attack on their own. They've got to deal with these black eye cameras inside of Kitchen, and You're Dead, unfortunately, missing that Nitrocell. A big opportunity, unfortunately, wasted for the Broke Boys defense.
You're down to 1. Resource 72 is running iron sights on Alibi. Now, the reason for this, if anybody's unfamiliar, Alibi's prismas do not replicate any additional cosmetics or additions to any weapons. So if you run different cosmetics, then you are obviously not the Alibi. But if you want to try and walk into the Prisma, you can replicate it if you have default iron sights, no grip, nothing. It's very awkward. It should be changed, in my first opinion, but it's not. Oh, that's unfortunate. You're dead as soon as they look away. They are dropped down. Resource 72 wants to try to avoid this position, but to even try and play it, they have to wait for somebody to shoot one of their prismas. Kluter is trying to refrag Silo, but they don't have the time to do so as soon as they're fighting around the other side of Memorial. And Resource 72 is just playing for timing. There's a shot of the Prisma, there's the reswing, and there's the kill from Resource 72. So it ends up going overall 1-for-1. Velfate uses a Firebolt to kill Cancer Crab. That's the first of its kind thus far in the VESL one-off. And Resource 72, who just picked up his first kill of the game, needs to find 2 more to win the round. And one player's looking the wrong way. Young can turn around. Young can turn around. He doesn't do so. And a kill comes through. That's the diffuser as well. That's time off the board. 15 seconds remains, and Velfate has to clear most of the site and walk through the opposite side of blue. But it comes down to timing. Resource 72 starts walking the wrong way, gets caught by an air jab, but so too does Velfate, and he's now looking the wrong direction as well. 4 seconds remaining. It's time against them both. Velfate's playing a game of who do I start shooting first, and he shoots at all the wrong targets. 2 prismas on 2 separate angles, and somehow it's Youngkin to die earlier and drop the diffuser, and the round to go Broke Boys' way. What?
What is like a perfect way to describe that round, Dan? I can't do much but laugh because Velfate was in a position where he just had no idea where that last opponent was, and of course, of all operators for the last opponent to be, it was Alibi,
He was
who
so
could duplicate
confused.
herself throughout the bomb site. So Velfate is just spinning in circles, seeing ghosts running around and running by, while also simultaneously hearing the MX4 Storm shoot off in your direction. They both got hit by an air jab, which I think disoriented Velfate even more, because that meant the Alibi was close enough to trigger an air jab that also Velfate was close to. So, I mean...
Okay, just for clarification, the air jab that they both ran into was on the 90-degree corner inside of blue. I don't know if I can direct our observer in that direction, but it was like inside of blue on the 90-degree corner. It was very awkward. To understate the obvious, it was like to the right of where you currently see that electrical box, to where both sides of it were open, so each of them were impacted by it, but neither of them, well, at least Velfate, had no idea where the Alibi actually was. He thought that the Alibi was in Armory, when the Alibi was actually hiding inside of church, and had no business hiding inside a church, by the way.
I just can't believe of how far that air jab impacted them.
It's
right?
it's
how
got
far they
it's
went.
got a radius on it. That's for sure.
I know it's got a radius, but that hit like half of the site,
Timing?
which is crazy. The bandit trick is huge. Silly Kluber rather, keeping the wall closed, and they've got one bandit trick successful. Now, Resource could throw a Candela through that drone hole, potentially blinding the bandit, making them lose their bearings, so that they can't pull off a successful bandit trick. But unfortunately, for Broke Boys, they've now lost the ability to open up a wall somewhere, and that's with the exothermic charge. And now only have one remaining, in which it looks like they're attempting to go here on the con wall, but even then, it doesn't seem like it's tempting enough for Broke Boys to take a look at getting that wall open. So they've really got to use this exothermic charge wisely, Dan. And honestly, if I'm Broke Boys, I'm trying to get that jacuzzi wall open as much as possible, but it seems like they've chosen the latter and decided to go for construction.
They should be able to open it up. That 7 seconds is how long the impact EMP effect lasts. It's 15 on a regular EMP, if anybody was curious. But that should be good enough. Silo's forced away because of the Candela, and Resource is going to throw another one in. I like this decision. Start swarming everybody as you can. But Silo's forced all the way back into the middle of site. Resource is trying to walk into a fully reinforced off logistics wall and thinking to themselves, how is this reinforced? They then Candela themselves inside of construction. And by the way, there's still a Vigil waiting inside of Cache. This is important because there's a castle barricade sitting right behind them. So there's a false sense of security for the Broke Boys attack, who think this is all clear. They have no reason to believe there's a Vigil roaming. They haven't seen anybody, they haven't heard anybody, there's been no movement or sound cues in any other direction. Voodoo Magic wins a first fight, but watch for the impact EMP or the impact grenade from Delicate. This should be a timing where he throws it and he walks through. There's the first kill, great decision for one, but as soon as his position's noted, he either has to fall back to sight or do so from a completely different direction. He'll still take a fight with Voodoo Magic, who loses the duel with a G8, and Delicate still's an SMG-12 in hand, but he'll lose that fight as well. It becomes a 2v2, and things at least calm down for the time being.
Jacker with that rear flank gets the one kill. Velfate will punch that mirror window, interestingly placed there. Look in towards bedroom. One player walked through jacuzzi. It's you're dead to find one, but they can't find the dock, taking so much damage. Just hide and stay alive. But Jacker gets the down and the confirm in just the nick of time. And Broke Boys, by some miracle, although subverting the roam, not being able to get the jacuzzi wall open, will win their first attack.
And you gotta say, well adjusted from Broke Boys. They not only make sure that you play on the front side and make sure you pressure the site, but should there be any level of unexpected roam presence, you deal with it properly. Yes, you lose 2 players, but the first one was just unexpected. There's no way you're going to adjust in time. The second one, you lost a gunfight. It happens. But there was not a third mistake. Fool me 1 time, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, the round's over. They didn't fool him 3 times. it's an adjustment. It's an adjusted
Is that the
idiom.
adjustment to the saying?
I think that's the
adjustment?
adjusted idiom for Rainbow Six Siege. Broke Boys, their first attack goes well. They make the proper adjustments. Well done from them. Now, .K are headed down to the bottom floor, but with an adjustment of their own. They're bringing a Tuberow. They are not bringing a Cade to go with the Tuberow, so the Tuberow is basically just there for delay factor rather than deny factor. But they have a Frost, which we saw banned in our previous map, I think.
10 seconds to insertion.
And, yeah, Frost was banned in the previous map. And they're running a cap can, so double trap ops. Still with the Vigil.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
We've got some interesting news, Dan. Do you like news?
Depends on who's from. I only
me?
read news
From me regarding this one-off tournament.
Oh yes,
So we have a grand finalist confirmed.
already.
John Rainbow Squad has defeated Paraphernalia 2-0, 7-3, and 7-4
Huh.
in
Good
two
for
of the
them.
maps in their best of 3. And have advanced themselves as the first team to secure themselves in the grand finals. It's one of the only teams with this
Jump
bracket
scare.
that we didn't actually get to see. Dancer Crab gets the opener onto Silly Cluter and looks to follow Shy and in behind on the next player, who is the Tuberow, deep inside of Arsenal. Well, Fate, yeah, they're doing well. 13-2 is excellent for a scoreline here on Clubhouse, but the job's not done yet. Not for .K. They've got a long way to climb to make sure that they close out this map and then force map number 3 of Chalet, should they test Broke Boys enough to be able to get there. But Jack are on the Thermite, playing a little bit of entry, working their way through. We'll check a drone, but they've got none left in their pockets, so they're going to have to just be aggressive on their own. There's no dome clear. It's very simple here. As Resources just in the site, throwing Candelas at whatever may be in existence. As Velfate throws
What
a
a
C4, it finds one, but Resource with a swift refrag as the buck of your dead gets the case down.
And without anybody doing anything about it, Resources moved all the way to the backside of Armory. A refrag attempted by Delicate, but he's snuffed out on the roam. And Yunkin now has to 1v3 from the corner of Church. I believe they've also been seen. The Bucks seemingly aware of their presence. Damage done, yes, but you're going to be shot from one direction or another. The Ying sees you, the Buckery swings you. There's no living through that. And despite the fact that you have a 13-2 player going into the round, the defense is much more difficult for an individual to pop off on, and that's exactly why. Chaos can erupt in very quick fashion, and Broke Boys take full advantage of the chaos. We're drawn at 4 once more.
Feels a little bit like Oregon. Am I wrong in making that comparison, Dan?
It does.
It does feel a little bit like Oregon, in which .A are now kind of on the back foot. They've lost
Attackers
2
need to locate
defensive
and
rounds
defuse as
straight.
many bombs as they can.
Broke Boys are feeling rather comfortable here in their position. They banned the Cav. Clearly, that's the key to why they've won their first 2 attacking rounds. I mean, obviously. But the Ying being left on the board is enabling Broke Boys to really cause disturbance for .K. And Broke Boys are subverting any sort of utility, any sort of, like, attempt of a real clear. They're just kind of running at the site and hoping it works. And thus far, they're 2 for 2. So, why not? It seemed to work for, what's their names? The first team, Noble Academy
5 seconds remaining.
against .K back in the first series that we watched in the best of 1
Attackers must
quarterfinal.
locate and defuse a
So
bomb.
why not try it here? Especially on a map that you struggled a lot on your defense. Now flipping over the attacking side seems to be working wonders for Broke Boys.
It seems like the team-based play for Broke Boys is also really elevated. I was talking about this just as like a little inkling, but Velfate has been very good individually, and they have had some help from the rest of their squad, but individual play is significantly hindered on the defensive side. That's why we saw when the defense of Paraphernalia was playing decent against .K, they had a fairly decent opportunity of winning the game, but now that's not so much the case, where .K swaps onto the defense and they don't have that same efficacy. First name misses. They're again not bringing a Thatcher, of whom, by the way, is not banned. And they have the Brava, so Resource 72 could throw a drone in that general direction, but I don't know how effective that's going to be. We see, I think, a hacked Mute Jammer. Also a hacked EDD on the door next to Yunkin, but do they clear that? That's the question. Delicate does
they
it.
do.
How courteous. Good job, Captain.
So kind.
And
now,
then they jump right over the
Delicate,
camera.
maybe not so gentle on
Wait.
on the Brava drone.
If a EDD is hacked by a Brava, would a Mute Jammer that is not hacked stop the EDP
Deny
from
it?
working?
In theory, yes. Right?
It should.
I guess I don't know. Because it's technically an attacker electronic gadget, so I don't know how that
Stay clear of blast zone.
fully functions. That's such an interesting interaction. Now I want to test that.
I
need like
We're doing that
5 or 6
between games.
Mythbusters.
We're doing that between games.
We might have to test that because that is an interesting theory. I want to test that. We'll have the answer for you at some point.
Yeah,
I hope.
eventually.
Maybe someone watching this can test it and then inform.
Yeah.
Report their
We'd appreciate
views
it.
as so. Exactly. We've got a job to do here, Dan.
Yep.
We still got grand finals after this. We might be there soon. It might take another map. But with 60 seconds left on the clock, Broke Boys are very slow at making their move. We've got to watch Cancer Crab here. Walking through this condor, have they dealt with the utility close by? Are those Capcan traps off the door?
Yes, they just shot
I'll
him.
tell you what, that the Capcan of Delicate is off the board entirely. You've got to watch those Frostbots should he jump into that window, and the Thermite looks awfully tempted. Voodoo Magic getting a kill of their own. A C4 comes from below. It misses its mark. Only one member left on site. It's just Velfat. Sure, they've got 14 kills, but can they stop 5 members of the attack rushing straight into their arms? I just don't think it's going to be the case. Resource finds one. Down below, or is found rather down below by Youngkin. But Voodoo Magic takes down Velfate. The last member alive is Youngkin. .K. After they looked so good on defense and abysmal on attack yesterday, it's the complete opposite story. Their attack was excellent, but their defense has just been abysmal.
I think the term...
And Broke Boys take the lead.
It's really just non-existent. That's the issue with their defense. They get caught out so many times. They're in positions that don't have as much coverage from multiple angles. So as soon as Broke Boys realize that a player either A, could be in a position, or B, is in a position, they can easily deal with him from multiple angles at the same time. Broke Boys have been very coordinated on their attack. This is one thing that we saw as a problem for them early back on Oregon, and they just adjusted later. But here, that's not the case. They adjust much quicker than they had to back on Oregon. This comeback is well and truly on. That's 3 consecutive rounds here in the second half. And .K, their defense is, it's a combination of discombobulated and just not present. They are picking the correct operators, they're running the correct strategies, and objectively they're running it and executing those strategies properly. But it comes down to a combination of aim and presence of mind for position. We call it spatial awareness for a reason. And we just don't see them with as much as they need. Here they're running Bandit alongside the Azami. Azami's almost certainly going to play Raptors. Anything else is just a throw. You're running Vigil for a roam again, which we've seen run well previously, so I'm not going to bash that by any means. But if Silly Cluter is countered out on this Bandit, I think this game is over. But for some reason, we're not seeing Broke Boys bring any EMPs. All they're bringing is an IQ now. Which is, you know, good in theory, but how well does it work? Your Dead's already on, what, 10 HP? Shout out. Finka for that one. They're back to about 30. This is a wild decision on both sides in terms of operator selection.
It's puzzling at that, but honestly, I still like Broke Boys in this scenario. And if they're able to distract this Bandit for long enough, the Thermite can just get this wall open. Just go for the wall jacker. You had your moment.
Oh no.
But all of a sudden, that moment's gone. You're
Getting
dead,
tricked.
looking to go down below, potentially to shotgun the Bandit as they go for the trick. They're doing just that. The buck comes in, and now Silly Cluter is forced off the wall. Jacker can get that main wall open, and does so successfully.
Oh, they have a
Silly
drone.
Cluter will walk down the red stairs with his perfect information. One foul,
Well
and the second
done.
doubles up by Voodoo. Magic finding 2 big picks at the bottom of red stairs, giving Broke Boys the man advantage into what could be the penultimate round of our semi-final
What?
match. But somehow, some way, the attack completely reverses on themselves, and the defense of .K now have the man advantage.
Wait, but Broke Boys have players that are closer to the site, and with diffuser control, Delicate is going down main stairs. They have a bulletproof camera watching red, and Velfate is still sitting inside a Raptors, I might add, and swinging at that, and losing at that. even with continuous information, Voodoo wins another fight. That's a 3K for them on the round. There is no direct sight control, and with still the bulletproof that has just now been meleeed gone, maybe there's an opportunity. Delicate's making a heck of a lot of noise on this flank. By no means are they quiet, but the Buck needs to turn around, and they do. Just barely winning the duel. It becomes Silo's 1 versus 2. The Buck low, 1 HP, at least narrowly as it comes, but Silo avoids the first flash, and it does not seem like they want to go for the defuse plant. Instead, they want to go for the kills. Voodoo Magic on for the 4K, and possibly on for match point. It comes down to whether Silo clears them. As they swing the corner, they'll win the first fight. Buck behind the wall. It comes down to the 44, and they win it with the 6-shooter. This town ain't big enough for the two of us, says Silo, and .K tie us up.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser
Dot
attempt
K.
failed. Defenders win.
Just never give up when it's the end of Clubhouse. Silo with a huge clutch for .K, preventing the penultimate round and preventing Broke Boys from achieving match point and series point to get themselves into grand finals here in the VESL one-off. Back to Church Arsenal we go. Broke Boys had an excellent attack here last time, subverting any defensive pressure elsewhere on the map other than the bomb site itself.
Attackers need to locate
Will
and
we
defuse
see
as
the
many
same
bombs as they can.
fate fall? .A. Or will they make the adjustments necessary to get themselves onto match point and potentially force Chalet in this best of 3?
I think Chalet's now a possibility. If Broke Boys win that round, I think this game's over. Honest. But now that .K win the round, we see another clutch. This one from Silo. I thought Velfate had that one dead to rights. I was thinking, oh, he's sitting inside a garage. He's going to swing on the Azami. Already had 2 kills in the round. And yet, no.
5
Not
seconds
so
to
much.
go.
Now we're headed back to the bottom floor. It's a completely different conversation. Finka's back on the board, but they're running the IQ possibly to counter out, I'd say, most likely the Valkyrie. If anything else, it'd be just absurd, other than the default cameras, I guess. You have C4s as a possibility. Ash Rush is still in the cards. I'd like to see them just try and rush it. We've seen that before from .K. It worked. This is such a back and forth game. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
It's like walls open. Youngkin takes a good amount of damage, and that Ash charge, what that does is Cancer Crab now has a long angle all the way to Church, and unfortunately, they're not able to control the R4C enough to find a kill, but they'll do enough damage to force a couple of those dock stims and utility on the defensive end to be burnt out in a way. Resource begins to throw those Candelas into blue, and wide blind goes the Goyo of Silly Cluter. But still, no movement made as of yet by Broke Boys. They've got to work their way down those blue stairs to really put the heat on.
Look at all the utility they forced out. They're down to 1 Dock Stim, which was just reloaded. They're down to 1 Toxic Babe. I think they've already expended at least a couple Vulcan canisters as well. This is looking good in terms of utility expansion, but by no means is that a guarantee. First impact misses. This one shouldn't, but it comes down to the timing, and it does maybe 2 damage. It also does not hit that Candela that rolls out, so unimpactful to say the least. Velfate has a decent bit of info to work off of those Valk cameras, and Jactor DCs.
Oh no.
That's a problem.
That timing is just not good at all for Broke Boys.
Look at Frostman.
They need this round now more than ever. Resource looking to walk into Church here, blinding their opponents, but not making any action off that Candela. Cancer Crab finding one, though.
What?
Resource cannot land the shots, but eventually, they've got 81 bullets. You might as well find one at some point. Silly Cluter, though, holding strong with a little bit of defensive action. Velfate continuing the heater they're on for 17 kills. Fighting that player bottom. Main Voodoo Magic in a 1-on-3. They're certainly capable of making this clutch happen. But do they have the time? Do they have the information? They have none of the above. As Silly Cluter takes off the head of Voodoo Magic. That being said, .K have now made Chalet an absolute possibility in our near future. And if it's not Chalet, then it's certainly going to be overtime here in Clubhouse.
.K have at a bare minimum guaranteed OT. Broke Boys, another crash. Last one was back in round 1 of map 1. when we had to restart the game. Here, it is round 1 of map 2 to restart the game. Here, it is in the middle of what could have been them getting match point. And they could have won the game by now. If they won a couple gunfights back in round 8 or round 10, I know how to do math. And then they don't have a disconnect in round 11. It's a lot of ifs and could'ves and would'ves and probably should'ves. But now they're against match point rather than having the game over in their favor. This is... talk about a roller coaster.
I mean, personally, we've been pushed and pulled left and right, at least a little bit. .K now have the pressure on themselves as Jacker has fortunately made their way back into the lobby. The operators selected, and hopefully soon get themselves underway. Broke Boys will have to be successful on the gym bedroom attack. They certainly have the opportunity. I think that they can achieve it and make it happen. But gosh, you got to think the backs against the wall, or their backs are against the wall to force overtime here in the attacking side of Clubhouse. It has been the stronger side, honestly, here between these two teams. They've both not been very great on the defensive end, but rather on the attacking side. But I will say this. Yeah, the defense side tends to reign supreme here on Clubhouse, and with how well .K set themselves up on attack with that 4-2 attacking favored split. Winning this round would surefire send us over to Chalet. Then things get really interesting, Cam. Honestly, with the way these first two maps have played out, and not having seen Chalet played at this level yet, I have no idea what to expect. Anything is on the table.
5 seconds remaining.
Aviera and Clash every round.
Attacker's objective is to
Caviar
defuse
and
the bomb.
Clash banned.
Honestly, I've seen crazier things. I mean, we see Cav ban this map. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Clash ban later, because Clash has been a fairly effective operator thus far in this
Played
event.
a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
And honestly, fairly well. We haven't seen, like, abysmal Clash play either. Usually when people try and bring him out at, like, these types of events, they play terribly. The Clash has not been bad. You know, credit where credit is due. We've seen it fairly decent.
I want overtime because I want to see a 20 bomb on a Fade, unless they're able to do it here.
Just three-piece end the map, and we'll go to Chalet. That's... I feel like that
is
would
also
do it.
possible. It is also possible.
So-
as likely, potentially not, because it's much more difficult to get 3 kills in 1 round rather than to get 3 kills over the next 3 or 4 rounds, but...
Yeah. No
achievable.
way.
Okay, this is...
No!
Oh,
Bomb diffuser has
oh. We already watched one thermate drop off the roof, and now we watch another one do the same thing!
I don't know what's more funny. Them falling off the map or using an exothermic charge and a soft hatch when they have breach charges
answer-
and a DMR on their team.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Oh my goodness. Silly Cluter, by the way. A logic bomb goes off. Cancer is walking up the main stairs. Flash will land. I think it landed onto at least one player, if not a second. Cluter knows that there's a player, and now they think someone's below them. They are fighting their demons and losing.
You know, both of these teams have been fighting their demons throughout the entirety of this match, it seemed. Earlier on, it was in the basement site, and now we're up here on the top floor still trying to fight those ghosts hunting around in the basement. Delicate taking a lot of damage to your dad, who has now grabbed that control of CCTV and cash. There's a Nitro Cell potential down below. Delicate with a C4 could find one, but instead is
Cancer
rotating
Crab.
all the way around.
Cancer
They
Crab.
should know about Cancer Crab, who walks up and eventually finds the headshot onto Delicate. The bandit goes down. Cameras leveraged into their own pocket. And now they can use that information against the defenders themselves. But 40 seconds left on the clock, Dan. There's still Vulcan canisters to deal with. The Dokkaebi sneaks by, but
And it
they
was-
whiff with the SMG-12. Voodoo Magic takes too much damage, but your dead has walked into the middle of the site. Silo pulls out the revolver, pops the Vulcan canister, heals himself. You gotta pull out the revolver and get another one, but eventually they die from behind. Could we be seeing overtime? Resource and Voodoo
I think
have
they
to
have diffuser.
close it out.
seconds remaining.
Where's
Silly
diffuser?
Cluter holding for their life. 10 seconds left. Where is
10
the
seconds
case?
left.
It's in con! Silly Cluger, just stay alive. Don't peek anybody.
left.
Stand still for as long as possible, and you'll win the round. They avoid the IQ, and we're going to Chalet. I think a moment of silence is warranted. You can see it on Dan and I's face. We're both like palms on our faces, just shocked at what happened.
Okay.
Somehow this series started before the other, and it's not done, and we're going to map 3 off the most wild span of events I've almost ever seen, surely, in a round of Rainbow Sixe Siege.
In the same round, just to sum up what just happened, we saw a thermite in the same 2 seconds exothermic charge a soft hatch, fall off the building, get Finka stimmed back to, well, the living. So good job, Finka. You're dead. Well done. That's how you use Finka. Dokebi takes a fight with a ghost, and not Deimos or Vigil. They then win a fight against an injured bandit who is rotating like there was nobody else on the map through main stairs. Goyo flanks construction after their teammate dies from that same position and drops the diffuser. Doc shoots a Vulcan canister with a revolver, stims himself while his teammate's being shot at in bathroom. He then kills the player in bathroom with the same revolver that had yet to be reloaded. While vaulting and reloading dies from behind, the diffuser that was still stuck in construction remains there for 25 seconds in a 1 versus 2. And the round ends on time via Agoyo playing a very good game of hide and go seek in cash. And that, my friends, is how Clubhouse ends. We will see Chalet. All 3 maps are indeed required. So is a little bit of my sanity. We'll see in a few minutes. So some adjustments have had to be made. Because of how long this semifinals have gone, nearly 2.5 hours already, by the way, with some adjustments, of course, for scheduling, grand finals have been pushed to tomorrow. So for all of you who have been waiting to possibly watch John Rainbow, then you will have to wait about 20 hours more or so. That game, as of right now, I believe is scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It's the winner of this versus John Rainbow, or Team John Rainbow, or whatever that team name is. But this game is still happening. I'm time to light that right there. Klimps, welcome back to the VESL Rainbow Sixe Siege Championships. It's a one-off tournament for North Carolina high schoolers. And it's a very good one. We've had a 7-5 first map, a 7-5 second map, and we're headed to Chalet for a third. And I gotta say, I am excited for Chalet, to understate the obvious.
It'll be a new map. We haven't seen Chalet played yet throughout this tournament, so I'll be excited to see Chalet and how it plays out, especially with these two teams who are very lucrative on the attack, very questionable at best on the defense, and Chalet, which already tends to be a little bit more attack favored due to all of the lovely long angles you can make and establish. Well, it's going to favor the attacking side even further. You could see 5-1s, maybe 6-0s on the attacking side as Glaz yet again remains tried and true, the band operator here throughout this series.
Honestly, not surprising. Glaz, if Glaz was going to be banned back on Clubhouse, Glaz is going to be banned on Chalet. That is nearly a given. Jackal, yep, is going to follow in the exact same principle. Nothing surprising.
Fenrir and
Fenrir and what?
And then guess the last one.
This would be the odd one.
Guess.
Fenrir should be banned last. This would be the odd one because sides have swapped. Solus wouldn't surprise me.
Valkyrie.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we see a trap op ban. Frost, Cap, can, something along those lines. Maybe Caviera again.
Valkyrie.
The answer:
What?
no way.
That is like
Okay.
I just never would have guessed.
No,
Bandit to be.
The reason is
banned.
because there are a couple places where bandit tricking's difficult to take away. Like the jacuzzi wall, for instance. It's a hard wall below it. Here, every single place that you would feasibly bandit trick has a soft wall or a soft floor above it or below it in some cases.
I think the strategy here from Broke Boys is just throwing a dart at their monitor.
That's gotta be
wherever
it.
it sticks is what they ban.
Did you
I
just
think
crank
that's-
your DPI?
What? No,
You,
they
like-
just throw a dart.
Oh,
They throw a dart that sticks to their monitor. It's not one that
suction dart.
actually like pierces it.
Okay.
Yeah, one of them things. Yeah, one of them things, right? And it attaches to the monitor, and that's who they ban. And clearly, it landed on Bandit because we've had Bandit banned, we've had
Attackers
Cav
need to locate
banned.
and defuse as many bombs
I don't
as they
even
can.
remember what was banned in Map 1 because that was forever ago.
Our observer says, and I quote, "Ban sounds like bandit, so I must ban bandit."
That's caveman logic right
That-
there.
Honestly, I'm okay with that logic.
No.
If there was any logic attributed,
And
that would be
yeah,
the logic. No. So, jokes aside,
Those of you listening,
yeah,
Seconds remaining.
ignore him.
jokes aside,
He's
that
dumb.
it's not a terrible ban. I like it. The problem is you're still gonna have to face a Cade, and Cade tricking is, I'm gonna say, arguably easier and more fluid because you can do it against more walls.
Attackers are
So keep
heading
that
out
in
to
mind.
And Tubarão.
Yeah, Tubarão. Well, Tubarão's more delaying than denying, which we've seen a
But
couple
what
times
you can
before.
do is if you place the Cade Electroclaws in the proper spots on the walls, you can place one in the top right, one in the top left or bottom left, and then if you throw the Tubarão accordingly to freeze the opposite side of the wall but get enough of the exothermic, the electricity will still stay active while freezing the gadget, and that's the trick to making that Tubarão Cade trick super, super effective.
Pro
And
former
what teams are
collegiate
slowly
player.
starting to discover and learn.
Pro former collegiate
I'm not-
champion strats right here.
I did win one national title, so one could argue I know what I'm talking about. I have credentials, ladies. and
Only one.
gentlemen,
It's
okay? I'm
him.
not just-
He could only argue that he knows what he's talking about. Well, Silly Cluter playing mezzanine, watching towards the K9 Balk, but both players are on the right side of this. This is an individual angle that could very easily be held. Oh my goodness, it could have been a kill. He starts impacting the wall, thinking he had downed the player. He didn't. And now he's peeking this without any respect for anybody else who could be out there. He thought he downed the ace, and he was wrong. That's what happens when you assume you die.
This is such an interesting position. The mirror of Silo is extended all the way out in Ivy, funnily enough, and the Frost as well. So it's like they've completely kind of given up these angles because the Mez wall has been opened up. You've got the mirror now pressured. You could actually use this opened up angle as a pseudo reverse angle against your opponents. The issue is you got to make sure you're getting these bodies. As Voodoo does get downed, and you've also got Youngkin looking to take these long angle fights as well. 3 members up here on this snow balcony. You've also got Cancer Crab down below. A lot of emphasis on this front side take, but other than the wall being opened up, really not much control established. And with only 60 seconds left, a bear mat is going to slow them down even further.
Wait, but nobody actually swings off the frost mat? That seemingly would have been an easy kill. I mean, there's sound cues now for Cancer Crab. There are 2 players on 20 HP. Your dead zone like 55, and Jactor's just shy of 50. So there are 4 players that are 1 or 2 shot, depending on the weapon. And there's another frost mat protecting the bottom of Youngkin. And a flank now coming through from Delicate as he walks by and jump scares not only myself, but Resource 72. The walk up of the Vigil, he should be able to find this kill, and Cancer Crab does indeed, but his position's now duly noted. And while all that's going on, with 25 seconds, it now becomes a 2 versus 3. Full HP for 2 of the 3 remaining players, and one of those 2 players on full health finds one, Silo finds the second, and you blink and you miss it. The round both begins and ends on the front and back ends of it, and magically .K have the lead.
These high schoolers are going through a phase or something. I can't quite describe it, but the phase is we're really good at defending, and we're really bad at it, and now they're really good at it again. Or vice versa, we're terrible at attacking, good at attacking, and terrible again. And that attack just seemed not very organized. Most teams will typically take the side of library over, clear out that position of top blue and all the pressure made there by the defense, and then get the main wall open, and then deal with that mirror and everything else. Silly Cluter on the Cav is going to go lay in the bathtub, please. No. They're going to go further. They're going to lay behind the planter. Just as good.
I think this is better, arguably. Because you don't have to vault to get out of position. So you make less noise.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Nobody's throwing a drone up there. Based off of the way that the attacks have been from these teams, not a single brother on the side of Broke Boys is going to drone inside of Solo.
The other thing is, I'd be very surprised if .K's defense will play Delicate the way they have prior. What I think the point here for .K is, if they're really thinking into this composition, they want to make sure Delicate is seen. Should there be a roam clearance, if .K is visibly seen, then at that point, you can activate Silly Cluter later, because you're thinking, oh yeah, we've seen the Vigil. We don't have to worry about any other roamers. Oh, you missed the first shot. There you go. Second time's the charm. They should be able to open that up. I don't think there's an extra Electroclaw in the back pocket. No, there's not. Wall will be opened, and you have the main breach. That's a good start. Clear and good start. But now Delicate's jumping out.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Delicate. Oh, we cannot be whiffing that, my friend. Silly Cluter now might also tempt fate, but the gridlock staring at that library window. The hop out might also prove to be deadly for the defender. Lots of barricades on the top floor trying to avoid any sort of roam clear that may have come out from Broke Boys, but we've not really seen either team be proficient in going for the roam clear. A couple of nades go into connector, but don't find their mark, and Resource begins to work with the cluster charge on the backside, forcing their opponents even more compressed into the backside, as Resource will now look to potentially hop in through Trench with a lot of pressure on their opponents with Silly Cluter.
They opened this a long time ago.
Flank. They can drop down and go completely undetected while the case begins to go down as Cancer Crab is getting the bomb down. And it seems like no one from .K have any inkling of a clue.
No, they have no clue. And with the diffuser going down, this flank means very little. Yeah, you may be able to find 2 kills, or you may have no idea, and both players may walk straight into you. You get pseudo-oryxed to the floor. And Youngkin now needs to 1v5. They will see the fuse, do some damage, but it won't change the round, and they're now going to be sprinted down by a French lady and a very angry German gadget wielder. And the round ends. That is a very stark contrast between rounds 1 and 2. And if that doesn't explain how this series has gone in the span of 7.5 minutes, I don't know what will.
These rounds just get more and more chaotic and honestly wild to me. Is that like is that fair?
It's
to
I mean
say?
it's accurate.
Attackers
Yeah,
need
it's
to
just
locate
like-
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I don't know how to describe it. I can't describe like
Attackers have
the
discovered
level
the
of Siege
location
we're
the
watching
bomb.
because there's some things that are really really good and show like proper Siege fundamentals and talent and ability, right? And
Yep.
show that these players have a good idea of what's going on.
And then the last 2 rounds happen.
And then the last 3 rounds happen. Let's also include what happened back at the last round of Clubhouse
10 seconds left.
to throw in that, Dan. So
That's a really
Five
good point.
seconds.
maybe it's just late at night. It is 10 p.m. over on the East Coast, so
Attackers'
it could
objective
just
is
be
to defuse a bomb.
a late at night thing, and the players are tired because they had to get up early for school in the morning, and now they're still locked in this Rainbow Six Siege match or semifinals. Of course, we were expecting to finish out playoffs today, but that won't be the case. We'll finish out grand finals tomorrow. Winner of this game will take on John Rainbow Squad, who is seemingly stormed through that other side of the bracket, the lower half of the bracket. But Resource looking to yet again do damage from above with that fuse. Now, one interesting choice, you could actually go to the mezzanine window, put those cluster charges
yes.
on it, and then rain a bunch of basically mini bombs from above, do a bunch of vertical damage, and also potentially find a kill if one of those hockey pucks end up finding their way down below.
So a quick Google search across 3 or so counties for North Carolina, and the general consensus is starting anywhere between 7:30 in the morning and 8:30 in the morning. So these players have been awake
That's about when I
for
started school.
a minimum of 17 hours or so, maybe 16 if you're really pushing it. You live next to school.
I've been awake for the same amount of time, so that's okay.
Yeah, but you're old, so it doesn't count, and you're also not playing. Also,
Oh,
Resources got
the
naded by his teammate.
grenade!
Voodoo Magic needs to throw another one, and that one goes the wrong direction, so it bounces away. It will still clear most of the backside of that. C4 misses, Vulcan canister popped earlier, but there's 90 seconds into this round, and we see a rush of the fuse. It goes 1 for 1 as Yokid goes around the backside of that same island, but at the same time, the diffuser's going down, the flank gets shut down by the 417, and Delicate's flank down the fireplace stairs means nothing as the diffuser goes down. Silly Cluter inside of blue can't do anything because they don't have a line of sight on anybody active, and Delicate, as soon as they want to swing, they get flashed off the angle. Your dead flashes themselves, and chaos has been personified. As soon as Delicate swings, it's the C8 that finds 2, and Broke Boys go back-to-back on the bottom floor, and I think that's the most normal round we've had thus far.
Is it?
It's gotta be, at least in this map.
I mean, if that's normal, then I guess. I don't know if I consider that normal. Normal would usually entail opening up that elbow wall, the boiler wall, into the site.
Yeah.
Also opening up the long angle, clearing West Main, potentially looking for some hatch control, leveraging that
Attackers need to
fuse,
locate
maybe
and defuse
even
as many bombs
above.
as they can.
That's normal to me. Now maybe down at your peasant rank of bronze 2, Dan, maybe it's normal for you.
Actually, I wonder what my rank is right now. I have not played much this season because I've been waiting for everybody to start
Well,
banning cheaters.
It's all about how much you play. So your rank might be really bad.
I am
because
bronze
rank isn't
5.
necessarily determined off of skill, but rather how many games you've played. I've played a lot of games this season, but a lot of them have also been against cheaters
seconds
because
to
there's a pretty ugly cheater issue circling the game. So
5 seconds to go.
I mean, hey, school just let out for me, so I'm gonna start playing Counter-Strike in Rainbow Six a lot more. So catch me being like mid-diamond at the end of the season. I still got like 4 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. We'll see. We'll see. Well, both
Well-
boys have been apparently locked in this map. Bar round 1, which was, we'll say, some oversight on their attacking front. They've had a lot of improvements. They do make a couple adjustments, The GSH, by the way, the lesser of the two Russian pistols for most of the operators.
I've like not seen this pistol ever. It's been so long.
And it's working. We're seeing basically Fuse play as if he was playing Blitz. And the P12 is even a better weapon in that front, yet you still play the Fuse. I suppose go for it if you want. Candela's pop, but it doesn't create as much space as you'd think because of how far back the Vigil's already positioned. And a minute in, Broke Boys have some decent control thus far.
Yeah, they've got almost a vertical solar take underway this time. They struggled so much going on the master side. They said, hey, let's rotate around. I love the adjustment from Broke Boys as they smoke off that master door, but now the Azami blocks off their own angle. The Fuse, everyone basically being flashed by the Candela, including the Vigil stuck inside the bathroom who's been thrown down. Position noted there by the attacker Broke Boys who begin to aggress onto that bathroom position. Well, Fate's still holding strong here, but Delicate gets the kill on to Resource. You're dead, though, with a swift refill.
Wow.
Finds a second excellent kill by the Buck, taking matter in their own hands, but they also have the case. They can't overextend and die. Losing their life would be detrimental to the attack, but you're dead. It doesn't matter. He just keeps killing, and killing more and more bodies as Youngkin gives their own position away. The Buck just needs to find a safe spot to plant. That could be housed right behind the master bed itself with the aid of the Azami Kiva barrier. Voodoo Magic will try to hold on to this angle, but where is Youngkin? Slowly aggressing black to the blue hallway, but now pressure is on them. 40 seconds left to kill 3 members of the attack, but also to get that counter defuse. And unfortunately, it's just not efficient enough, and You're Dead has the long angle held all the way from the master rotate. Youngkin tries to peek those piano holes established in towards Ivy hallway, and it goes nowhere fast as Broke Boys with an excellent adjustment on their attack. I was making fun of them in round 1, saying that this was not going to be an attacker-sided chalet, and all of a sudden, they've got 3 straight.
You know, you have to also point out how You're Dead adjusts mid-round. Find the first kill into the Vigil, good. Second kill into the Dock, well played. The third, even through the master bedroom door, amazing. But in the 1v3, they were still picking and prodding as to where .K was, and as soon, not even a moment after they figure out where that Frost is, they're like, wait, I need to get to the site. They don't worry themselves too much with the fight. They don't try and overextend into the duel. They realize, I have the diffuser. I don't need to take this fight. I still have teammates alive. Let me go plant. And then they start to get a little bit of ego once more. But, I mean, when you're already on a 3-piece and your opponent has, we'll say, had some difficulties getting back onto the site because of the position your teammate's been playing, you're kind of allowed to get an ego. Question. Why is Silly Cluter groaning in the bathtub? Okay, I think I have my own answer.
Cooking.
No, I like this. The reason they do that, usually you prone in the bathtub on the far side of stuff to hide from drones that may be clearing the room. Here, you hide there to avoid the roam drones entirely, because you have teammates to shoot the drones that would be around you. You don't have to worry about that front. Good job. I
Maybe
like it.
Silly Cluter has rotated too early, though, and a drone has caught them rotating down the west main stairs or the solar stairs themselves. It'll be a little while till we find out, but it's completely subverted. Another adjustment by Broke Boys, this time going for the library attack. I aforementioned back in round number 1, in which they've got that mezzanine window opened up, pressure established, and they're also beginning to work themselves in through library and eventually try to clear out this Frost of Youngkin on this important position of top blue stairs. Youngkin looking like they'll have to leave. Velfade is down below, but they open the hatch way too late. And Broke Boys have already got themselves well placed in the library. Voodoo Magic, though, drops down the hatch. Very puzzling choice made as they die. And now the Cavasili Cluter may have been spotted by You're Dead, but I don't think they know. But they swing out willy-nilly for no reason, potentially acting off of Valkyrie camera black eye information. But it goes nowhere fast.
What?
How?
And now the walk-in?
What?
Silo almost ended up getting around that. Somehow the force of the push from the shield does so much to where it forces you through a wall that is at least unreinforced, and your dead now needs to 1v3. We saw them pick up a 4-piece in the previous round. I wouldn't put him past him to try and clutch this one out. Damage done onto a first, maybe a kill, it is indeed, and now it becomes a reasonable round. Youngkin's on the other site, and so far away is Velfate, who is good in their own right, but your dead just slows down and starts to reevaluate, but Velfate telegraphs their position just to end up living anyway, and that gives Youngkin time to reevaluate just the same, just to die anyway. What is going on? Now your dead has space, and he ends up going out into the mezzanine once more. Velfate's made a decent bit of noise. 3 armors are very loud operators, and your dead is going to be able to plant, maybe? Depends on whether Velfate has a fully reloaded bailiff or not. Comes down to timing. He starts shooting the wrong direction. That's the wrong side of the wall.
Close.
Your dead gets the diffuser dead. That's insane. He's going to win it.
He might. He just might. Velfate needs to make a choice sooner than later. Finally elects to go through kitchen and dining it up the solar stairs, but your dead is more than aware of the positioning, the overheal to try to help them in the engagement. But your dead only needs to land a shot on the head, and that's what he does. Fighting the kill, fighting the win, and Broke Boys will take their 4th straight attacking round off the back of your dead. A 1 versus 3 masterclass by the Buck, and someone who is clearly erected as one of those better players coming from this Broke Boys roster, and has really begun to put the team on their back to potentially seal their fate here in this semifinal series.
Honestly, that's very well done. You gotta say, 1v3 played in that fashion, but Broke Boys give him way too many opportunities. At that point, you have to wait for either the diffuser to go down in the 1 versus 2. The first fight, yeah, it happens. You're already out in the open, and your dead kind of already found the previous kill before that. So, I mean, a 1v4 is not absurd. But the way it played out, that is the insane part. Your dead is 13-1-1. We have played 5 rounds. The most amount of kills you can find in that time is 25. Or technically like 44 if you're getting into team kills. But that's neither here nor there. Your dead is 13 of those possible 25 kills. And they've only died once. The rest of their team, if I'm doing my math
10
correctly,
seconds left before
has
insertion.
9. Yeah. 9.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Wow.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, your dead's kind of putting the boys on his back. Broke Boys. Might not be so broke after this tournament.
I know, right?
I mean, what do they make their name for the next standalone?
Rich
They
boys?
make it. No, no.
Middle class boys?
Yeah, middle class boys. Less broke boys.
Yeah.
Slightly less broke boys. maybe that's the. Maybe I don't know. What I do know is Cancer Crab is working their way in, and I know that your dead is continuing on their monster heat streak, taking down Silly Cluter, sending their KD to 14-1 through 5 rounds. I mean, that is incredible. That's almost 3 kills per round, should they find 1 more kill in this round, which, honestly, Dan, I wouldn't be shocked if they did.
So, I've just gotten clarification. I decided to ask our admins. I said before round 5 of the previous map. It's before round 6 of this map. First place gets $4,000. Second is $2,500. Third is $1,000. I'm getting clarification as to whether there's a 3rd place game in a second. And wow, Silo. Wow,
There is a
hold
3rd
up a
place game.
second. The first one, point blank shore over the shield. The second, you have no business picking up. And it allows you to maybe get out as well. Doc stims you, and you're going back for more. Albeit against one of the most deadly players we've seen. Literally, it's in their name. However, they don't get the opportunity. It's instead Cancer Crab to find that refrag. This one on the felt fate.
Buck of your dead can read in the position of Silo, regain that advantage. Cancer Crab walks up. They seem to know that there's a player in library, but they've blinded themselves. Silo, though, catching your dead off guard. That top frag now no longer a concern. But Cancer Crab finding their second. Maybe they'll be the body to heat up. Silo is still, by the way, top mezzanine, but finds their 4th kill of the round. Dan, we've been so close to an ace by so many of these players so many times, but we still haven't found it yet. Silo is bullying their opponent, but you need to make sure you kill all 5, and the Capcan Trap gets the win in the end of the round. It's the Capcan Trap to do the damage. What is happening? Oh.
And that is how .K pick up their second round. They gave up 4 straight, and they ended up winning off the back of the Capcan Trap. And now Broke Boys have to go into their defense, which has not been amazing, I might add. Yeah, they've had signs of life, but it has not been amazing. Back on Oregon, they gave up the first 2 rounds of their defensive half. Yes, they went 3-1 after a rehost, but they gave up the first 2 rounds of their defensive half nearly for free. Clubhouse was nowhere near as good as it needed to be. And now we're going into, I mean, a map of Chalet where Broke Boys defense, yeah, they have a lead, but how much do they get with it? For some quick context, if anybody happens to be curious, the Broke Boys defense has played a total of 12 rounds up to this point. On Oregon, they went 3-3. Back on Clubhouse, they went 3-3. Each of the first 2 maps had the team that won the map win the first half 4-2. So, if things were to track, Broke Boys win 7-5. And honestly, I think we may go to OT here, because .K have been cooking,
Yeah.
and we see a Cali.
You might not be wrong in your foreshadowing, Dan.
Please go for the
is
vault jump.
So
around the corner.
far inside a spawn. Now you might be able to catch a body here in this deep position. But with ACOGs very prevalent, it is more rare for players to contest this long angle now with an operator like Cali, but maybe Velfate can find a pick or 2 from this angle. Now the thing about this is Velfate was kind of one of those players that really carried .K to their win on Clubhouse, dropping over 17 kills, potentially ending them after 17 kills if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And now is 2-5, kind of struggling on their own, and to put them in such a poor position back, you've got to kind of beg the question: is that worth it? Is that the right call to have one of your best shooters so far do that? And I have no idea what Silo is doing over here. My friend, you can't hop through that, and you're dead now is in a perfect position to counter that out. I couldn't really tell you what Silo's plan was there. You gotta use a little bit more than 6 pellets to be able to hop through a barricade. You can't just put them all horizontal. You at least can make them like a 4 and a 2, and then you can crouch through, but that would be it.
Velfate ended 18-6, and even 3.0 KD. Jactor 2-4 right now. And that's through 7 rounds, I might add. Nice refrag. Well, it would have been a refrag. Silo ended up staying alive in the fight. Voodoo Magic somehow doesn't die to that Cali. Second opportunity, third opportunity, decides to stop fighting it. Probably a wise decision. And he wins a fight against Silo. And now Velfate's been smoked off by his teammate. It becomes a 2v3. Voodoo Magic wasn't expecting Delicate to walk through the same position. And now they have site control. There is a Soulless below, so the diffuser could start to go down, but will very likely be denied. And .K think they have all that control while Yunkin is still hesitant to go in, and you can't blame him. Oh, and this is the worst spot to start planting.
Oh, Cancer Crab from below could deny with the impacts, but they gotta hurry. They find one, and they get the shots to deny. Diffuser stopped. And this is perfect because they know where that case is. Delicate, though, gets the kill.
Wait.
Cancer Crab can just stay down below and use their ability, rather, to deny, but they don't know where it is, and because they procced the hard scan on where the case was, they have to rotate up the stairs because they don't have the luxury of the Spec IO scanner any longer. Those Claymores now could play into effect later in the round as Velfate has gotten that case down. The Soulless Gets the wall bang, though. Downs him. Delicate on just a sliver of HP.
What?
Is now spotted and known. Alerted to by the positioning through the shots. And Cancer Crab has to just find one bullet. One sliver to get the kill. Claymore, you got to watch out for it. They do and begin to hop on the counter defuse. Where is Delicate? Can they respond?
No way.
They have to run through. Is there time?
No.
They hop off.
No.
But they stop the defuse. And there's just enough time on the clock to not let the counter defuse go through by 0.3 of a second. Cancer Crab loses out on the clutch of that round. So close, but yet so far.
And the most important factor of that round is he does the full ping scan of his ability. I don't remember what it's called. At this point, it's really irrelevant.
Spec.io.
No, not the sensor itself, but the actual like popping the full sensor.
Yeah, it's just
There's
a
no
scan. It's just
reason
a
to do
scan.
that. He already saw the diffuser. He could have just pinged it out and backed away. But what he does is he fully expends his ability, which is not only a cooldown ability, but you need a minimum amount of it for you to be able to activate it. And because of that, he couldn't figure out where the diffuser was running off to, nor could he then deny said diffuse as it had moved to the opposite side of the top floor. And .K take full advantage of what was something they did not know happened, by the way, because that's not just something that is given over as information. And they end up winning the round off of tenths of a second.
10 seconds to
Plural.
insertion.
Tenths of a second. And now we're back to a one-round game. Cancer Crab also, I would not be surprised if they run out here. A brief rule reminder for everybody. If you do any damage within the first 3 seconds of the round, it ends up being restarted. Now, if it says 2 minutes and 57 seconds on the timer above, then it really doesn't matter. That's after that first 3 seconds. But just something to keep in mind if you end up trying to go for those first-second runouts. They're not technically legal in competitive play.
Your dad looking to potentially get the drop. Silo looking to drone, gather some extra information, but you're dead. Hears it, and they beat it out. Silo doesn't check above. This could be huge. This could be 1, 2, maybe even 3 free picks, depending on who walks through that door. The Thermite of Youngkin begins to get that main wall opened up. And the Osa Talent Shield behind. Silo has no idea that their death comes from above.
Wow.
And your dead gets their 15th kill of this map. Silly Cluter looking to work their flank through here. But your dead spots him. There's a little bit of chip damage to the Deimos himself. Delicate taking a lot of damage from above. An air jab strikes both players. Not only the Nomad, but also the Solace of Cancer Crab, who now walks down the main stairs. Plant is going down, by the way, at the front garage. There's only been 1 minute and 20 seconds, and somehow
He meleeed him.
Case down, but Resource gets close enough and melees around the Osa shield. Case dropped in sight. Complete attack stalled. And Delicate now, the last member alive, in through blue. They spot the alibi, but the trigger discipline is there. Their position has gone completely unknown, but now the cam procs. Now it's on. Jactor should see the Nomad, and now the shots have been heard. And slowly but surely, Broke Boys will swarm on the position of the Nomad, who's on just 1 HP. If it's not an impact to land, it'll be the bullets from the SMG-12, as Your Dead finds the kill, and Broke Boys extend their lead 5-3.
Back to a 2-round deficit for .K to come back from. I gotta say, I don't hate the decision to go for the smoke play. The problem is when that cover is not immediately holding on the front side of the Talon Shield and they don't have a line of sight to everybody despite where they're coming from, that could be your Achilles heel. That could be what ends that opportunity. Combine that with the fact that the rest of your team is disjointed in blue, and you have timing and a couple of smokes that makes the difference. Yeah, the smokes weren't poorly placed. They could have been placed better, yes, but they weren't poorly placed. And here, Broke Boys take full advantage of what was a lack of advisability on secondary utility. We'll see a Mozzie play for the first time. An Australian period played for one of the first times. We've seen Gridlock a few times thus far in the event, but Mozzie played for the first time. They're not running a mute with it, though, which kind of surprises me.
I mean, I think the Mozzie's just there for the gun. Now, personally, I would choose the alibi, but Resource is already cooking. So, No need. Also, no bailiff they brought? Really? By the alibi? No bailiff? Sad times. I mean, the Karatos is like a
Attackers
really
are heading
fun
out to defuse a
revolver
bomb.
pistol. But,
Yeah.
I don't know. Bailiff rooms supreme, especially in these moments where resources still even opening angles. So at that point, just bring the bailiff. It's better at doing that job. And the MX4 Storm is plenty lethal from any range at all. As the fire rate is just so good on that gun. Still one of my favorites.
MX4 Storm is like if they added paraphernalia to an MPX. See what I did there?
You're funny.
I'm funny. Okay. Well, Broke Boys, their defense is taking full advantage of whatever paraphernalia Ubisoft decides to add to the MX4 Storm. And .x, they're playing the Deimos? This is one of the first times we're seeing the Deimos. I think we've seen it one other time. And this could be fairly useful. The breachability... Oh, okay. Maybe not.
There's
Where
a
do you get
guy
shot from?
next to you.
Yeah, your dead was just sitting inside a dining and wasn't cleared somehow. Okay, well that makes sense. That's an opening, and a free one at that. Yamara was just seen on Solarium stairs and should be duly noted by most, if not all, of the team. I would not be surprised if they now get hunted down afterwards, but your dead, who was in dining, is now, well, dead. 17-4 rather than 17-3, but they do get an assist, so 17-4-4. As Cancer Crab finds that redirect.
Kill was traded out, though. In favor still for Broke Boys, who
Flash out.
currently maintain that man advantage, although it be slight. Jactor eventually loses their life trying to impact and defend against Delicate, who eventually falls, and Belfat now getting themselves in the action. 3 versus 2 advantage, but Cancer Crab is alive. They've had a very solid match. Kind of not seen, really, by us, because we've been highlighting your dead, who has had a massive first couple rounds, but now Cancer Crab has begun to heat up for the side of Broke Boys, and they're getting aggressive. They spot the elbow and get the down. Young Kid, he's right next to you,
What are you doing? There's
He
no
is next to you! He just killed your teammate, and you
Wait,
let him
he-
do it! And you
Wait,
have
he just
no
walked by the window.
idea!
He just walked by the window. He just walked by the window as if
No,
nobody
this
was
is
ever
not
there. And he wins a
happening.
fight. And he wins a fight.
Dude.
I can't believe it. Cancer Crab now has a 1v2 to play. He finds a third on the round, drops the diffuser, and makes it a 1v1. Delicate is low HP with no flashes. Cancer Crab still has the Solus Spec IO sensor and an impact grenade should they need it. The impact grenade, even with the recent nerf, would kill Delicate on one shot should it land close enough. But they may not even need it. Cancer Crab's holding the angle. 2 shots all it takes, and they find a 4K to clutch. Broke Boys are on match point to send themselves to grand finals. And for the upteenth time this series, I'm at a loss for words.
I feel like Oregon started kind of normal-ish to an extent. And then we just have descended into madness since. Clubhouse was certainly, obviously, a sign to look for what would occur in Chalet. And I think,
Defenders,
I think
protect
we're
your
all
bombs
losing
being
it
defused
now
by attackers.
at this rate. That was something
Bomb located by attackers.
otherworldly. Whatever happened at the top of Fireplace, the top of the mezzanine, whatever it be, somehow it worked in favor for Broke Boys, enough so that they were able to win the round and now put themselves in a match series and semifinals point here in the VESL standalone R6 tournament.
10 seconds left.
Wow. We got a bar gaming,
5
which, by the way, is
seconds left.
typically the most preferred site, but has ended up being the tertiary bomb site.
Attackers are
For
moving
these
to
two
defuse
teams.
a bomb.
Will we, Dan, not see a 7-5 for the first time of this series?
Nope. We will see a 7-5.
You think so? You think Dot K get the next two?
I think .x win this round and the following. Especially with the comp that's being brought on bar games. You're running Cade here. Where did they even put those electro claws? I'm not gonna lie, I looked. So one is on the wall going into the long hallway, which is also where Amira is for some reason. And I think the second one is what, upstairs maybe? No, the second one is also on Amira. I mean, I've seen crazier decisions. We haven't seen Ace or Habana played this game, so, you know, that's a call. But, hey, it is what it is. Jactor finds the opening kill into solo, so maybe we don't see a 7-5. The prophecy has been shut down, it seems, from the Broke Boys position. A nade was going to be prepped by Silly Cluter, and then they realized you can't cook him anymore, so he stopped trying to cook it entirely.
Roaming Rook, potentially proving deadly. Is Delicate takes down Cancer Crab. They've been very, very hot these last couple rounds, finding huge impact frags for their team. This mirror strategy is certainly interesting at best. And, you know, this is...
What?
I don't
Did he
know
lock himself
exactly
in?
what this achieves up
One,
here on the top floor
two,
of Ivy.
3.
But the castle has completely blocked himself off with the exception of bathroom. It's on the master door. So
What?
he could walk through bathroom if he wanted to. But he's double barricaded off master, barricaded off Ivy and office. But the attack aren't even going for that. They don't care about that side of the map at all. They're just trying to hit the site. Velfate and Delicate both find kills themselves. Delicate's found their third. And now the castle has to return back home. The issue is their opponents, the defenders, know exactly where they are. They've got full wall hack information. And your dead is now dropped to a sliver of HP thanks to the 44 mag sidearm from
Attackers
Silly
activating the
Cluter.
diffuser.
No more information maybe, but let's be real. There's no winning this round. Not if
No.
you're dead. The castle, too low HP, no time, and let alone probably not the best weapon to get this job done. The UMP is solid at best, but not necessarily in this scenario. A Silly Cluter looking to take this engagement as the castle of your dead swings around the corner. They miss each other by mere seconds. And Cluter somehow escapes with their life. It doesn't
What?
matter. Your dead eventually hits the floor. They'll pull out the bullet to try to subvert their life, but they're to be bullied and teased until the round ends. And Silly Cluter finishes off their kill with the nade. The round win goes to .K, extending us one round further and ever so close to the 7-5 scoreline that we predicted.
The prophecy lives! .K will stretch us one further. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's one of the most interesting decisions I've seen played as Castle. You exclude yourself if you want to rotate back to site. You have to do so. Bear with me here. Down the solarium stairs, whether you're jumping or walking is up to you. Through
Attackers
trophy,
need to locate and
through
defuse
either
as many
dining
bombs as they
or
can.
West Main, or through kitchen or West Main, then dining, then Ivy, and then highway. And then you get back to
Attackers
site.
have located a
That's
bomb.
what you force yourself to do, rather than, I don't know, going into Blue Hall and then dropping through Mezzanine or going down Blue Stairs or really any of the other decisions. Any of them track better than that. And you can help your team much easier, rather than being isolated by Deimos' scan just to be knowledgeably segregated from the rest of your squad. And of your own volition, I might add. Now he's swapping onto the Vigil. This is probably a little bit of a better decision. Cancer Crab also prepping this run out. I don't think we've seen this Claymored at all. And on a bottom floor take, we've seen .K go for the wall more often than not. So what, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I'd expect Cancer Crab to wait maybe about 15, 20 seconds. Then jump out, expecting them to be looking at that main door or main wall, while you can find a free kill. And now would be about the time I jump out. Especially considering they shoot open that. There's the drone, now's the time you jump. Because if you take too long, then they start looking in your general direction, you miss your timing. It seems like he's going to miss his timing. Yep.
It looks like the exothermic charge will go straight on that wall. Now, for those of you that don't know, you can actually impact trick that wall if it's placed on the left side, closest to the drone hole. Left side if you're the attacker, right side if you're the defender. You see a run out from Cancer Crab. It goes well, and Silo dies.
That's bad.
It's a quick attempt of a plant. Velfate, as
What?
Monty, unextend their shield and are
Why?
dropped to their knees. Jactor, however, has also suffered the same fate as the Monte, but is eventually finished off by Silly Cluter. And somehow, Broke Boys yet again fighting on the back foot of this round. Silly Cluter is just going huge inside, but finally, someone steps up. It's Voodoo Magic to get that kill. Cancer Crab will walk their way down the stairs. They have an impact that could easily get the pick on to the Montaigne, but they've used that Spec IO scanner. Full ping yet again.
Drone up.
A poor choice of utility. But if they've used an impact from above, they can watch the breach walk in. Velfate begins to get the plant down. The coverage is there, at least thus far. Crab trying to deny. They throw an impact, but it misses its mark. They find the headshot, but it doesn't matter. The Monty has the full shield extension. The Claymore finds the body. Voodoo Magic could try to revive their teammate. They pull out the stim pistol, but they miss the shot, and they're finished off through the drone hole. We might be going to the Prophecy 7-5 at the minimum, unless Voodoo Magic pulls a rabbit out of his hat. Stuck on the drone hole. 15 seconds left. 2 bodies to find, one of them being a shield, who eventually ADS's. Why even bother? All you have to do is keep it up until the very end, in which you've already won the round at this point. Delicate eventually finishes off his prey. My, oh my. The rounds just get better and better and better.
For all of you who may just be joining us, this is our semi-final. Now, this semi-final was slated to start somewhere in the neighborhood of 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. It actually started about 7:30 Eastern Time, which was 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. We are in round 36 of 36 in regulation. The maximum would be 45 should they go to maximum OT in all 3 maps. Here, the maximum now becomes 39. .K would have to win this round, and then they'd have to trade 1 for 1 to see round 15 on Chalet. And the way this is trended, I would not put it past them. Rogue Boys will play the bottom floor in yet another occasion, but we will see some notable and much-needed adjustments. Number 1, they're bringing 6 impact grenades. Make it 5 with your dead creating a rotate. A C4 on Jactor. And Resource 72 is playing the Echo. Now, notably enough, there's only 1 set of impact EMPs. And Cancer Crab is bringing the Solus spawn peek through trophy window, which, ironically enough, finds the only shield on the team. So, it becomes fairly inconsequential. And now they're down to 4 impacts.
For some reason, the impacts just keep leaving the pockets of the defenders. I don't know why. When you're facing against a mod team, you would think that you'd want to save those up and build a little bait. Protection. I guess the Echo could be used to bash away the shield, at least with the Sonic Burst, right? And do a little bit of a distraction. Silly Occluder walks down blue stairs. They can see the foot of the Echo in the drone hole. They find it. They take a shot. They take another. The Echo's gone down to the ground. Jactor is watching their teammate die right in front of him. They swing and they get the kill.
He's like, I wonder where those came from. Wait, that's a slug shotgun. Wait, that's a drone hole. Oh my gosh, he's walked down the blue stairs. I should swing him. And then he takes 120 damage to his body and somehow lives, I might add. 2 players on sub 20 health. Jactor still has his Rook armor res, should he need it later. That's something to mention. But Resource 72 does not. Luckily enough, at least the Echo is alive. That's the most important aspect of this. Velfate goes in at least a few extra steps, but he doesn't over-aggress. He doesn't send it too far. Smokes go down, and there is the plant coming through. But the Sonic boom goes through that far shield, and the shot lands for Cancer Crab. Youngkin dies. Yes, the Monty stays alive, but it may not matter. A 5v3, make it a 5v2. The prophesized C4 comes through, and the scoreline almost certainly soon to follow. 60 seconds. Cancer Crab's on 17 kills, has joined Your Dead, who has not found a kill in 3 rounds.
No.
And Silo and Delicate need to basically 2v5 after flashing themselves. Well, that's a first. That's a second! Oh no.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
There's
2
a Banshee.
kills.
Find the Banshee.
Have been found. Silo trying to
care.
get this case down. They begin to plant, but they're shot. You can shoot through those trash bags. They don't cover you enough. They've hit the deck.
No way.
Jactor has found 3 massive kills in this round, and it's down to Delicate, who has silently crept their way up to 15 kills. They repel in through that top main window, but they fake it. They drop back outside the breach. Do they check close left on main stairs? There's one player, I believe, over by that position. No, nobody's over there. You've got one deep in wine,
So
one in
far.
blue, and one in connector. And with 10
Attackers
seconds
recovered the
left,
bomb diffuser.
you have to imagine the
10
only
seconds to
play
go.
here is to try to go for the plant. But Delicate is flying
5
blind. They have
seconds
no idea where to go. They eventually get in,
Over.
trying to plant on that secondary default spot of the rack.
Operators, you have
But in
run
the end, it's Broke Boys fighting through adversity. 7-5, 5-7, and then 7-5 in the end here on Chalet to send themselves to grand finals against John Rainbow Squad, taking place tomorrow.
3 hours and 20 minutes is how long a 36-round best-of-3 lasts. And all of regulation was required on 3 separate occasions. All 3 maps required in the best-of-3, and these teams never separated by more than 3 rounds at any point in this series. And yet here we are, sending just one of them on to the grand finals. This alone is worthy of a grand final bout, yet there's still a team waiting for them in grand finals who is not only undefeated through groups, but they haven't dropped a map in the single best-of-3 they were required to play after a first-round bye here in playoffs, and even that best-of-3 didn't even seem close.
And they bullied one of the teams that we thought were really strong from yesterday, Paraphernalia, who played a 4v5, nearly beat .K in that 4v5, and arguably, had they had their 5th, would have beat .K very handedly in that 4v5. So I can only imagine John Rainbow Squad, maybe the favorite team to win this event. Well, now they know who their opponent is. Broke Boys will be the final team in our grand final here for the one-off tournament VESL. I'm more than excited to see what that game pans out to be. I believe we've rescheduled that to take place tomorrow. Originally was going to be tonight, but now will be tomorrow due to the aforementioned time, which is
11
nearing 11 p.m. Eastern. Very late.
Yeah, it's a little late in the night. Everybody still has school tomorrow. The admins were like, "No, we're sorting out logistics." That was actually the break between games 2 and 3 of this semifinal. Everybody was clarifying with the admins, figuring out, hey, what happens to the grand finals now that it's most likely not going to start till 11 p.m. They were like, nope, let's push it back. So that was the call. A single best-of-1 and a best-of-3 later. The best-of-3 took so long we had to reschedule it. This best-of-3 started while the other quarterfinal was in round 6. And that other quarterfinal finished before we finished our second map. That's how long this series was. That's how dominant John Rainbow Squad was in their own endeavor. Don't forget, we've still got action here in the event. It was supposed to be a 2-day event. It turns into 3 as we have our grand finals tomorrow. Third place game still to be determined. There will be a third place game, but will it be streamed? That's still up in the air. It'll be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, whether it's the third place game or grand finals. Who cares? It'll be a good game regardless. That's here on the YouTube. Twitch still has regionals over the weekend. We've got short form and long form content both on TikTok and YouTube. And don't forget updates across the board on X/Twitter along with Instagram. I've been Time to Light. That very handsome man right there has been Klimps. We've had Fallen Griffin running the observation in the background, and we still have another day of play. Grand finals tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you then.